order. We have all trustees present, so we have a quorum. We can say the pledges. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, we have election of school board officers as item 4 before we go into public comments. Ms. Hanson?
I nominate John McLaughlin for president.
Okay, we have a nomination. I'm sorry, nomination for Ms. Hanson, second by Ms. Castillo.
I wanted to nominate someone.
Pardon?
I nominate Clem Cantu for president.
I will second.
Okay. Any other nominations?
We're taking them one at a time, or are we taking, how are we doing it?
I think I have 2 open nominations. Didn't come as a motion, came as a nomination, so we'll say all in favor of John McLaughlin, raise our hand, and then all in favor of Clem Cantu, and raise our hand.
I'm saying, do you want to take president, vice president? Now?
No, I'm going to do president and then go down to vice president. Because I don't even at this point know if I'll still be in this chair.
Okay.
So, all right, so all in favor of John McLaughlin for president? 1, 2, 3. All in favor of Miss Cantu? The Cantus have it, 4-3. Miss Cantu, come on.
3.
First, I'd like to thank John for serving as president this last year. He's done a good job. We'll move on to nominations for vice president. The floor is now open for nominations for vice president.
Ms. Cantu?
Ms. Halsey?
I nominate Mr. Arredondo.
We have Mr. Arredondo nominated. Any other nominations?
I nominate Mr. McLaughlin.
We have a nomination for Mr. McLaughlin. We're ready to vote. Any further nominations?
Yes, second.
All those in favor of Miguel? 3. All those in favor of Mr. McLaughlin? Are you voting, Mr. McLaughlin?
I did vote for myself.
4. 4-3, Mr. McLaughlin is nominated and elected as vice president. Secretary?
Ms. Cantu. I nominate Ms. Hanson.
Thank you, Ms. Costilla. Ms. Hanson's nominated. Any further nominations? There being none other, we can declare you as our secretary. Thank you for the job you did the previous year as well. Public forum, do we have any?
Well, there's one on that we printed out an email there on your.
This?
That I think
No.
is the
No.
agenda there.
It's hard to see with this mask. Here's the statement sent to Mr. Barton, Mr. McLaughlin, Ms. Clapp, who has the agendized request to have penalties and interest reimbursed, provided this statement to trustees for public comment. Our statement, first and foremost, we are...
So Ms. Clapp is actually on the Zoom, if you would like her to.
Sure. Can you bring her up here?
If any,
John can't understand anything you
Can't
say.
hear me? Maybe I
Take your,
should take this
take
off.
your mask on.
Okay, we'll do that. I'm sorry, George.
Hello, Ms. Clapp.
does anybody have theirs? Yeah, anybody? Greg's gonna have to turn them. Yep. Hello? Hello?
We can hear you. Hello?
Nathan, can you hear me?
Yes?
Okay, can y'all see me?
Yes, we can see you as well.
Oh, I can't see you guys.
You can go ahead and speak and we can hear you.
Okay, Mr. Barton, are you there? Mr. Barton, are you there?
Yes, he is.
She can't.
Can you hear us?
I could barely hear you guys.
We can hear you quite well. Go ahead and talk.
Okay, so I just sent out the statement to Mr. Barton.
Yes, we have it in on paper.
Okay, wonderful. So my main concern is, based on what I sent you guys, that pretty much explains everything. What we're trying to do is that when we close our escrow account, our bank, we asked them what we needed to do for our property taxes, because it was our first time switching over to just escrow only for us to pay. And they informed us that we didn't need to do anything on our end. It was a recorded line, a video conferencing with a female representative, and that we would receive a bill down the road. And so we never got that bill. I kept calling every month, and they kept telling me, no, you need to just check with Hays County. So I called Hays County, and I spoke with a representative, another female rep there, and she told me the same thing, as well as being that it's going to be delayed this year. So I was like, okay, that's fine. And then my husband, we spoke with the chief deputy there, Elizabeth Shannon, and she informed me about this new section code that pretty much we're the ideal candidates for. And basically they said that we had to call the bank to find out what happened. When we spoke with the manager, Martin Lux, he admitted that they never notified Hays of the change, and that he did not need to inform them, which, led to the large late fee. And he said that it doesn't matter, because it said it in the contract that it was disclosed or something, but we didn't get any of the notifications. And so that was the first time as a homeowner that we were notified by the deputy chief that we can actually see the bill online. So again, with the whole statement, it should explain everything, why that policy specifically states for that section code 33.011K. Now, what is the standard? Is the bank not supposed to notify the Hays County?
Are you asking me? I don't.
They're answering this? Yeah.
She doesn't.
Running out of time. She has 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
You have
I
30
could barely hear you guys.
You have 30 seconds to go. Can you hear me?
Wait.
Yes.
Do you have any additional comments before we close?
I didn't hear anything that you guys said.
Do you have any additional comments?
Yes, I want to know if the bank is responsible to turning in that document to Hays County.
We can't respond to that right now. This is just a public comment, and we will have that item on our agenda later. Time's up. Thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Clapp.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the superintendent's report.
Madam President, members of the board, while Mr. Wozniak is coming up, I'd like to take a moment to introduce, he's been busy getting acclimated, but Coach John Walsh stepped in here, is in the back of the room. And Coach, I don't know if you want to come up to the podium and say anything. I know you.
Will, yes, it has been it's been a whirlwind. especially with the return to campus with our athletes. But it's been a fun whirlwind, and solely based on the people I've gotten to meet. It's been the adults, the staff, and then finally getting to meet the kids. It's been fun, and it's gone fast, and it's been challenging, as you can imagine. But it's been a good challenge. So I'm happy to be here, and I appreciate all you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it.
Welcome to Rattler Nation.
Good evening, President Cantu, members of the board, Mr. Cardona. This presentation is just to give you a real brief update on what we've been doing the last couple weeks. Obviously, we've been working longer than that, but since summer started and kind of where we're heading for the rest of the summer. So this is our update on return to school. So who's going to be guiding our decisions from here on out? As you know, CDC kind of sets the tone, right, for the country. Federal government doesn't always follow CDC. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, but we do know that our governor tends to follow the White House, and so he immediately will come out with something after the White House. DSHS, Department of Safety and Health Services, they're kind of a mini CDC, right? But they're also, they guide Texas and they fall under the governor. TA, again, as you know, is kind of a standalone entity, but they go off of the guidelines of that's a hard word to say, DSHS, as well as CDC. And then, of course, you've got San Marcos Emergency Management in Hays County, and they collaborate so that we can be uniform throughout our county and consistent. And there we are at the very bottom, listening to all the people that are above us. So what do we know? We know that we're coming back on the 24th, and that instruction is going to look different. I'm in the process of putting together a holistic plan that I have to hand into Texas School Safety Center. But as a district and as a team, we're putting together a very detailed plan. We're calling that our COVID handbook. And in that, we'll have specifics from every department in every area. What is still unknown? We still don't quite yet know what families are thinking in terms of returning, as well as needing bus service. Andrew has put out a survey. Last week, it was Thursday night, and he's getting responses, and hopefully that data will continue to guide us. The guidelines continue to change, as you know. It's a moving target for us. CDC, I have a statement from CDC that says that schools should not be responsible for screening kids for COVID. TA put out a document last week for summer instruction that said that it is recommended that we take temps and screen kids. So it's a constant of us trying to figure out who do we listen to, when's it going to change again, and where is this moving target going to land. So how will we keep facilities disinfected? So custodians will have the ability to disinfect large areas very quickly. Our teachers will have an unlimited supply of disinfectant. What I mean by that is we have a machine now in every single school that's been bought the last couple years, just out of Robert Gutierrez's not foresight that something was coming, but just to make things easier for his custodians. Well, what that machine does is it takes salt, it takes electricity and tap water, and it turns it into a disinfectant. So the only thing we have to provide is the salt, and we have an unlimited supply of disinfectant. That is green, it's safe. You can almost think in terms of, if you notice the trend right over the last, I don't know how many years, how swimming pools have kind of switched to salt water. When you go in a swimming pool, it doesn't taste like the ocean, right? It still has like a chlorine tint to it. That's what this machine does. It turns the salt almost into like a free chlorine. And that allows us to have a disinfectant and really an endless supply. So right now what we've done is we've ordered about 1,000 spray bottles for teachers to get ready. We want to make sure that we have a custodial response team in case of emergencies, in case we have to do something very quickly, that we have a team that's ready and on standby. And then again, with a lot of the things that we talk about, there'll be training involved in August, a new kind of training for teachers, right? In the past, we would have never thought of, well, we need to provide teachers with a disinfectant training. But that's what we need to do now because teachers are taking on a new role. They're going to be part-time custodians. We're going to have front office staff that are going to be like safety officers that have to constantly disinfect door handles and things like that. So there's going to be training involved. How will we keep employees safe? We've ordered a lot of PPE. Our purchasing department's been basically in a frenzy of ordering masks. Face shields are coming, hand sanitizer, thermometers. Again, we're going to have more training for teachers in August, but that is a constant. In fact, I just got the word today, we're heading to Austin tomorrow. I'm sending one of my drivers, we got 20,000 masks that I got through the city for free. So it's that kind of constant, huge purchases that we're working on right now. How will we keep students safe? Again, as I mentioned, we've got the disinfectant. We'll have the hand sanitizer. We'll be providing face coverings for the students. We'll have multiple hand sanitizer stations. And again, we'll be doing all the social distancing things that we need to do. We're meeting constantly with departments, almost daily, to try to support our campuses and see what they need. We meet once a week as a recovery team. Dr. Ruiz Mills is on that team, and we're constantly challenging each other to say, okay, what do you need from us? What do you need support services? Because a lot of this stuff needs to be ordered right now, and not yesterday, right? So what will happen with extracurricular events? As you know, UIL, like TA, continues to put out guidance constantly. We have athletes here now. We've had them since Monday, right, Coach? Or is this the second week? Is this still week? This is week 2? Wow. And so a coach has had at any point in time 150 boys, and then the second session with 100 girls. So I've been very impressed just observing Coach and how he's running things. He's using every safety measure that he's put into his plan with social distancing, with constant disinfecting. And really and truly, he's going to be the model that guides us from this point forward as we get into band next and then as we get into our fall sports. So for Coach Walsh, it's going to be volleyball and football next that we'll start writing the plan for, and hopefully this is going to be a really good blueprint for us in the future. So these are just a few of the pictures. Bottom left is just an example of the temperature check every single day for every single athlete that walks through the doors. And even something like these infrared thermometers, which are a really neat thing that we have access to now, but you know, we're at the mercy of suppliers. And so my secretary every single day is getting on the internet to see on Amazon. It's funny how there'll be like a lot of 20. And if she jumps on it, she might get it. But then if she tries to order like 60, it won't be in. We talked to Dr. Harrison, and she was waiting on 2 of them for like 2 months now. And my secretary got 8 within a week. So it's just game of trying to get your PPE in time.
Can we wait until the end, or can we ask questions now?
What do you prefer, that we wait till you're through?
I don't want to disrupt.
Share the survey results.
Yes, I'll let Andrew touch real quickly on the survey results.
So we sent out the survey to parents and guardians last Thursday night. We did our research, so we have around 8,100 students, but we have around 5,500 families. So as you can see, it's kind of small, but we have around 2,300 responses as of right now. I didn't want to put it in PowerPoint format because I wanted it to be as live as possible for the board meeting.
I can't.
So if we have it broken down by campus. Let me pull this mic and it'll be a little easier. And then the first question we asked was, during school closure, did your student use a personal computer or a school device? We wanted to know the challenges that were faced from our families. So we gave them a few options. You know, what were some of the greatest challenges you faced with at-home learning? We did not have access to internet, did not have access to a device, so that we can better prepare for next school year. We then started planning for next school year by asking, would you feel comfortable sending your student back to campus if we followed the CDC guidelines? So 56.6% of families said yes, they would feel comfortable sending their student back, and 43.4% said no. And this is, like I said, this is out of the 2,300 responses we received. I would feel comfortable with my child wearing a face mask or a face covering. So 61% of families said yes, and 39% said no. The next question was about childcare. So if families able to have an adult home if campuses were not reopened next school year. So as you see, 46.4 said yes, 17.8 said no, they don't have an adult home, 27.3% said not sure at the moment, and then 8.4 not needed, so their age allows them to stay at home by themselves. Then we asked which of the following calendar types they would prefer. So 45% said a blended model, meaning some students come in, 2 to 3 days, and then 2 to 3 days at home learning, which Ms. Stray and Dr. Ruiz-Mills will explain those types of calendars a little later. At home learning, 26.9%, and then traditional, face-to-face, going back to regular school model, 28.2% of families prefer that option. Because of the loss of learning due to COVID this past school year, we gave them two options: a regular school calendar that the board approved back in February, or an extended calendar, which would extend the school year by 8 days. 79.7% of families responded they prefer the regular school calendar approved by the board in February. 79.7. And like I said, this is just a snapshot of all the families in the district, but I wanted to provide that with you today. The next question we asked was in regards to transportation. Will your family need transportation for next school year? 62.7%, it just actually went up by 0.1%, said no, their family will provide their own transportation, and 37.3% said yes, they would need transportation. You have access to internet at your home. 94% of our families that responded said yes, 6% said no. And then we asked how many devices are available at their home. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 plus, and that's broken down. It looks like 37.9 have access to at least one laptop or more. 10.7 do not have access to a device. And so those are families we would reach out to as a district to provide them with a device. And then the last question we asked was in regards to communication. How do you prefer to receive your communication? Email, text, phone call, social media, district app. And then this survey was conducted in English and in Spanish, and the message that went out was in English and in Spanish.
I read through it. When does it end?
Thursday,
Okay.
at 5 o'clock.
Now we can have questions?
Yes.
In regards to the temps, so every student, as they coming into a school building, their temp will be taken on a daily basis?
That is our intent currently. Hopefully, we get all the supplies in that we need,
The
but
other one, regarding the shields that you mentioned, so there's some people that have asked me about that. So where are those shields going to be placed at?
so as it stands now, we were looking at the option for teachers to have a face shield or a face mask. And we were going to purchase both of those so that they have that option, because we know that with certain students, covering your mouth may not be the best way to teach maybe something like reading. So we want to give teachers both options. We have run into trying to be patient with the face shields, because it's easy to say, well, let's just buy 1,000 really quick. But we tried a couple samples so far, and some of them are just really, really low quality. And so you have to be careful. So what we've gone now to is saying we need to see a sample first before we order a big batch, because I put one on and there's no way, even after 20 minutes, that I wouldn't have a headache. So you can imagine if you're looking through something that's kind of warbly, that look, that there's no way a teacher's going to be able to look through that. So we have to make sure that we're purposeful with that.
So should you go with the shields for whatever reason, supposedly, Are there going to be no need for like shields where people are working behind a desk in our offices when somebody comes into their
That's
office?
still, that plexiglass has been ordered.
Okay.
Mr.
Yeah,
Wyatt, yes, he ordered that. That was a good, probably 2 weeks
Okay.
ago, right?
So those will
are on
be in
backorder.
place?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Yopanda?
Yes. Will you have this presentation online where we can see it? I mean, I can't see what's being presented, so. Will it be on the
Absolutely.
website so that we can?
He'll send it to us.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. And then, of course, in July, we'll be back with a much more in-depth plan to show you what we've been working on with our playbook that's gonna push us through to the rest of the summer and get us ready.
And Mr. Fernandez, once it's closed for the survey, could you also send us those results? Thank you.
Any other questions for me?
Mr. I had a question.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. Mr. Fernandez, is there a plan for the ISD to reach out to the 2,000 plus families that haven't responded to the survey?
So this survey was anonymous. We wanted to get a general idea. Our goal is to have campus individual surveys once we receive this information.
Okay. The reason why I asked that is because obviously I have a general concern of creating policy, enacting a calendar, making a lot of very massive major decisions using a sample size that I would assume is an enfranchised population. So being able to navigate online communications and resources obviously is a specific population in the ISD. And so for them saying they don't need transportation, historically every other year our ISD has had a massive population that needs transportation. So that's one of the biggest concerns that I have is, you know, have we been busing students just for fun, or are we not reaching the students that we know utilize those services? So that just is one example of, you know, I'm glad to hear that individual campuses will reach out to those families to get more robust data as we make these decisions. But again, the transportation response really struck me because I know that our numbers historically don't match that 70% of our families provide their own transportation. If anything, I believe it's the opposite.
Yes, sir. And we will probably be reaching out possibly by phone from a transportation department because of the complex nature of this and really specifics on how many kids are riding, because it's really going to guide a lot of things. So we may end up calling 5,000 bus riders to see where they stand, because we were trying to match it up with online enrollment, and there hasn't been as many students that we'd like enrolling online, which had a transportation component to that. So we may have to just go old school with that, which is fine.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Mr. Wozniak, do you, and it's possible that this is coming in the later update, right? So that's an okay answer. But if you're temperature scanning at the door and a student has a fever, what happens?
Can you say that first part? If we're
Sure. If you're temperature scanning at the door, I thought I understood
Yes,
that we
sir.
were going
Yes,
to
sir.
do that at the start of the day,
Yes, sir.
and the kid has a fever, what happens?
That'll be an immediate nurse referral.
They'll go to the
what,
nurse?
What we'll end up doing too, Mr. McLaughlin, is in the long run, we'll have a very complex kind of flow chart that says if then.
Right.
So principal gets a phone call about this, right? How does that chart start to work? Because you can imagine the complexity of even just trying to send a kid to the nurse's office, what that's going to look like. So it has to be this very well thought out communication piece where we say, if a child, you know, has a temperature, then what? Because we're even talking about, right, what happens if a child gets on the bus with a temperature? We can't let them on the bus. Okay, then what? What if nobody's home? So there's a lot of things that between now and then that we have to get squared away as far as a flow chart and a communication piece.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just curious, is it possible to put a paper copy of the survey with the food, you know, pickup? I know it might not come back in time, but we could add those at a later date, and that way we could get more families that may not have, you know, internet access or not as proficient as they'd like to be.
Yeah, and we talked about this for a week of how we want to do it. We want to make sure we get it right. But this is pretty much, this survey went out so that we can have a foundation of where to start. And then the main goal is to, like Mr. Wozniak pointed out, we're going to have to talk to every single family to understand their needs, whether that be internet,
Okay.
Food, transportation, but this gives us an overall structure of what we want to look at for next school year.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Reese-Mills, you have a comment?
While she's coming up, I have a question.
And
Bus drivers are checking temperatures.
That is definitely our intent. Those were, I think we ordered 65 about a month ago, and they're getting close.
Dr. Valadez has a team that will also be going out into the community to speak to the families and collecting that data as well. And they should be starting this week and going into next week. So that will also support what you just recommended as well, Ms. Hanson.
Thank you.
Ms. Cantu.
Ms. Cantu, thank you.
Ms. Cantu.
Could you say again the number of athletes that we've had show up so far?
I don't know the grand total, but I know Coach was averaging about 100 males a day. He had 150 peak.
Started out about 150 boys and 100 girls. Averaged out about 115 boys and about 60 girls.
And how many of those have we, how many students have we had to dismiss because they've run a temperature at check-in?
So 0. Well, we've had a few that because we were outside, the infrared thermometers were showing, so we brought them inside, cooled it all down, and they didn't have any temperature. So 0 turned away at the door.
Thanks.
Are we asking them if anyone in their family has the
Yes,
virus?
so they have to fill out every day. They have there's a QR code. They put their phone on. They fill out a survey, and that's one of the questions if they've been exposed. And if they answer yes to anything, they have to not show up, or we send them back home. And we've had some that we've had to send home because they don't answer the survey correctly,
Thank you.
or they answered it correctly, just had a yes on it.
Ms. Cantu.
You?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you, Ms. Cantu. Mr. Wozniak, and really I guess this is to the superintendent, there is a specific population in the ISD that is heavily dependent on face-to-face instruction. Obviously, they're at risk and they already have challenges performing academically at grade level. And so as the ISD and the administration and the team works on that, there's obviously a population that needs access to our food programming as well and face-to-face instruction. So as these plans are developed, obviously I think there's families that have the wherewithal and are more equipped for distance learning at home instruction, and there's some that need to be here face-to-face with instructors and facilitators and educators. So I hope that is something that is taken into account when it comes to our at-risk populations, whether that's our special education students, whether that's our ELLs and English language learners. And then also, Dr. Baez, I had a question about the HR side of this when it comes to staff. Is there any legal prohibitions of making it mandatory for staff to wear face shields or face coverings? And if they refuse to do so, if it wasn't health related or not putting them at risk because of some underlying condition, what powers or authorities does our HR department have to make staff compliant with any type of initiative such as that?
So that's a loaded question. To date, we highly encourage, we can't mandate. Can't mandate
And why is that?
testing, can't mandate for violating people's personal.
So we have
Stuff.
a dress code that we could send an employee home if they're wearing something inappropriate or not in compliance. So a cloth face shield could not be something that is required as part of our dress code, that we would send a staff member home for wearing something
So we've
else.
had folks say that it breeds anxiety. We've had different people say different things. Most folks are complying with the highly encouraged. At this point, we changed it from mandate to must to highly encouraged. Again, we're seeking guidance from the list that was placed up there, and it's changed a couple of times.
I would definitely be.
We're going to continue to monitor that.
I'd be curious to get a legal perspective on that, or what other ISDs or districts are doing, and we've been told that we can't.
Well, so this tells you how quickly it changes. So he presented to us with June 1st data from TEA that had one thing, and then we had June 4th data from TEA that said something completely different. So when I reached out to Mr. Cruz, I was like, hey, you just presented information that's conflicting with what we have currently. And he texted me later and said, yeah, you're right. So there's something with when he was training us about mandating paying people and then violating their rights, right? So right now I could say technically, it makes me anxious and I should be covered under 504. So, then.
So could ISD employees do that with our dress code that's already in place as well then? If I said I need to wear jeans on a Friday or shorts when I come to work
In
because
my
it gives me
28 years,
anxiety?
we
or-
have had people that have chosen to, from various districts, challenge the dress code for a variety, whether it's religious or they're allergic to the plastic that's in the jean stitching. Like I've seen where we've lost that battle, but I mean, we can highly encourage. I think the issues we're going to have is not one of compliance. I think the issue we're going to have is people not wanting to come to work, and then it's going to create issues of draining resources because under the current federal law, if they choose to go emergency, correct me if I'm wrong, if they go emergency FMLA, they can get 2 weeks of paid leave that we're responsible for. And we have had an employee already come in and say, I want to be paid for having COVID for the last 2 weeks that I was out. And so.
Actively?
But they have to
They're
have,
already over it and they're back and they were
Right.
asking for it?
they have to have doctor's note.
They do have to go through a series of steps.
Yeah.
And it's going to involve a lot of Juan Cruz conversations.
And
I would
and
venture to guess.
review of individual, right? So everybody has a different situation. So it's when did you get tested? Where did you get tested? We need those results. Then it's when is your release date? You're not allowed to return without the release date. Who did you come in contact? It's literally we're handling every single situation on an individual basis and trying
Ms.
to cover our
Halsey?
ground.
I have a
But
question.
can I finish Mr. Ardondo's statement? So
Okay.
that's why Mr. Wozniak's trying to find a variety of like either good shields, the masks. We've even looked at the voice augmenting system so that we can help teachers like alleviate some of their stress so that there's not a reason why they can't wear a shield or some type of covering to help. But then it gets with some of your hearing impaired students, it's hard for them to read. So that's what, we don't have any signing, but we do have some kids that may have some hearing difficulties, but most of our kids are at another facility for.
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, Mr. Wozniak,
Ms. Cantu,
you mentioned
I
that
wanna
your
have-
assistant was every day scouting Amazon trying to locate supplies. Does that mean that we're not receiving any assistance from the state or from TA in securing PPE at all?
So on Thursday or Friday, the state put out a PPE statement. And so the governor has now ordered like so many million masks, thermometers, and like barrels of hand sanitizer. So Ms. Kasparis has to put in just our numbers, I guess. She has to validate how many kids we have, and then they're supposed to ship in July. So we are getting help. The big question, right, always is, well, we'll be okay for August, right? But what does October look like?
Right. Yeah.
That's what kind of scares all of us when we're ordering. And so we're really trying to make a healthy inventory of everything so that we know like we'll be okay for October, November, December, because who knows, right? If supplies like we saw in March, right, where you couldn't get anything. And so we want to make sure, and I believe we ordered, I want to say like 12, like 50-gallon barrels of hand sanitizer, separate from the state, to have us on every campus so that we can do like a refill system instead of trying to, buy a bunch of little hand pumps that we'll just keep it. We just keep ordering literally every day. Our poor secretaries, it's a constant order this, order this, order this. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Castilla was
Are
next
we
and then Mr.
under
Arredondo.
superintendent's report still? I just kind of wanted to follow with Ms. Baez and some staff questions. Can I ask them, or should we wait until the calendar discussion?
Well, we're in the superintendent's report right now.
So I don't know where my question would fall. I was wondering regarding, when you mentioned staff, when we were talking about staff, making them, whether we have, or we're, no doubt we are, as far as faculty or staff asking, given their medical condition, or how many you're going to ask, and how is that going to impact us, especially if we are going to be having, whether it's blended or whatever it is. So should we talk about that until we get to the calendar? Or what?
We have reached out initially, right? You want to talk about it?
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm understanding your question. So again, it's individual. Anyone who has contact or everyone knows that they're directed, or their questions are directed my way or our way. And so that's, we've had folks say they're afraid. Well, unless you have a doctor's note that says,
Right.
you know, or you've had contact. We've had folks that said, you know, we live with somebody that was, there's literally
But
so
we
many
probably
scenarios.
are going to have those staff that will have that medical documentation.
Absolutely.
Supporting that. And
Absolutely.
so that's going to be realistic. As to how many, I don't know. I'm just saying that how is that going to impact us when it comes to the dollar sign as well?
We, at this point, don't really know. I mean, with Mr. Cruz, we're taking just a case by case, but you're right. We are going to have some employees who fall under that category that, you know, we always want to work with all employees, but, you know, I made a comment, I think, last month. If you have a bus mechanic and there's only, I mean, he or she has to be at work to fix the bus.
You can't do that remotely.
You can't do that remotely. And
I understand. So that's going to be not so much, are we going to put the burden on the employee, or is that going to be our burden? Where is the burden going to lie?
well, if they want to be relieved of and have like a 504 accommodation, they have to, like we would ask of students, we would have to work with the doctors to figure out, you know, what's a reasonable plan for that employee. You know, what accommodation, you know, we have had, you know, teachers that maybe break a leg and we make an accommodation through HR that put them on the first floor, you know, move classes around. So we see this as kind of a very similar process.
It is.
It's just that until we get a vaccine and get people, like, it's going to be at least another year, we think, of uncertainty.
Mm-hmm.
Literally case by case.
So if it's reasonable, like Mr. Cardona mentioned, then that's what we do. And if it seems unreasonable, we work through it together.
What about staff that is 65 and older? I mean, because I know that at the university, any staff that's 65 and older, they can request to work remotely. The rest of them, they would have to provide documentation. I'm just asking from us here, what if they're 65 and older? Are they just automatically saying, okay, you fall under that category? They still have to accommodate?
Again, depending on the type of work that they're doing, that you know.
Whether it's essential or whether it can be
If they can work remote, we've been being
this example.
right. Exactly. We're trying to accommodate as much as possible.
Mr. Redondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. Mr. Wozniak, I know Superintendent Cardona and staff have referenced it that, you know, we're getting conflicting guidance from the Center for Disease Control and TEA. Whenever we get conflicting information, have those restrictions or those guidelines become more stringent, or have they become relaxed? Or, and again, I don't need like a enumerated list of that, but from your experience, what you've seen so far, when they're moving the goalpost, which way is it going?
I think it goes both ways, but to kind of answer your question, what we choose to do is go the more aggressive way, if that makes sense. I've heard it stated in the safety world that you always go with like the top level first and then work your way down. So you set your sights at like the CDC level. Of course, we have to comply with TEA because that's who pays some of our. But we want to be the most aggressive first, knowing that if we have to back off, but you know, it's just like what we tell teachers, right? If you're going to get strict in January, it's probably too late. Start off strong and be aggressive, and then if anything relaxes, like where we don't have to take temps of kids, you know, every single day. But right now, it's our intention to go to the max with our safety protocols. So.
And the reason why I asked that, and I've communicated this with Superintendent Cardona on several occasions outside of board meetings, is whatever resources or support, at least individually, you need, I'm, you know, willing, ready, and able to offer that. I'd rather us buy the supplies, staff accordingly, and then come back and say that we over-prepared versus we open in 2 weeks and, you know, Cindy's on Amazon trying to get stuff primed for, you know, a week later. So with that being said, that was my first comment. My second one is to Dr. Baez and then Superintendent Cardona. I think a reality is that some staff members throughout the course of the year are going to be, you know, contract this virus, right? So is there a strategy when it comes to human resources to have like a stable of permanent substitutes or certified teachers? Is that something that the ISD is exploring? Does that require additional resources to have kind of a bench of faculty and staff ready to go, whether that's in food service, transportation, custodial services, teaching and learning? What does that look like, or what support, if any, is needed from us?
Right, so yes, we're going to continue with our pools of as you said, bench players. Again, it's going to depend on how we come back. If it's blended, then we're going to be very strategic about, you know, staff that can address needs in a blended way. So that's going to help us with certified folks being in front of our students instructionally. But yes, we'll continue with the with our substitute pools at all levels.
And part of that is Texas State, because they did adapt. Sorry, I keep fogging up. They did adapt their, like when we had this COVID, they helped us adapt kind of how we work with like the student teachers also. So I think that they will be more willing to release a stable of people to help us through this, I think.
And if that's something that can be codified in like an MOU or some type of agreement, you know, informally, formally with the university when it comes to that population, obviously, I would be interested to see those types of efforts move forward, because I'm assuming that every ISD in Central Texas is going to be looking for substitutes and licensed teachers, you know, retirees or whatever that looks like, that can come in at a moment's notice. If we can get those assurances in place now at the beginning of summer versus when every ISD is looking for substitutes, again, that would make me more confident in whatever way we open up the ISD in the fall.
I know where they haven't given way, TEA, TRS, I mean, is relaxing any kind of like, I've seen that in some of the TEA documentation where they're not relaxing the requirements of people who are retired. Like, so if you have any, yeah, they have not. If they would like relax some of the restrictions they place on TRS employees who are retired, it would help us, I think, with pools of teachers, because I've had substitutes reach out to me, email me and say, you know, they're willing to step up for certain schools. They've always go to those certain schools, and so we just pass them on to HR and say we appreciate any support, and when we train our people under safety, you can come in and work with us. But TRS needs to relax, so if anybody knows anybody up at that state level, it would help us with some pools of retired teachers potentially that could help us, you know, figure this out.
Unless you've talked to the people from the SMARTS group that we have here in San Diego.
Yeah, they move slow. They move slow. We need to, like, I don't know.
That's exactly who we want to bring into the campuses, is the highest risk population we can find.
At risk, though, if you're trying to bring the retired.
I could see like online instruction or something like that.
Even working out of the, you know, with us at central office, helping us do stuff away from kids. I mean, any little help would help.
Okay. Are we complete with the superintendent's report?
Which report?
The one she's fixing to get. The academic.
It's construction update.
First is academic, yeah.
But I mean,
Maybe we ought to take a break before we start on this.
I read it. I don't need it.
Good evening, President Cantu, Board of Trustees. I'm Monica Ruiz-Mills with Executive Director Nicole Dre, and we are just going to do a brief presentation on calendar and schedule adjustments. As we've been going through this process during these heightened times, we came up with 3 guiding principles. We've been working with a committee of 27 people that have been providing input on how we can strategically move on. Returning will require us for us to develop multiple paths for our return in 2020, 2021, with the express intent to address the needs of all students. We need to reimagine what teaching and learning will look like and what the classrooms will look like and how that will affect the entire district community, but creating an atmosphere where everyone can thrive, and then revamping our system with agile and responsive practices to support all students and families as we go through these heightened times. So ideally, we want to create a plan to optimize student learning, and ideally it would be with face-to-face learning. But in doing so, we would need to develop a plan that if students were going to return, that we would be following all of the safety precautions and protocols that Mr. Wozniak was up here discussing. What that would look like if students were to return would be putting students potentially into small groups, identifying students in cohorts, maybe coming with staggered start times because transportation would look differently in the amount of students that do ride buses. So there may be students that would be starting at 7:30, leaving at 1 p.m. and staggered throughout the day. Again, that's if we were to return to a traditional setting. Again, we would also have to redesign the classroom layout. How could we get 22 desks in a classroom 6 feet apart? What would the partitions look like? If we put partitions in between desks, would they be clear? Would they be the testing carrels? Would it be between 2? Or would it be kind of like a square in 4s? So those are all of the discussions that have been going on with scenario 1. You heard Mr. Fernandez speak about the blended hybrid return, which as of right now on that survey, that seems to be the response that some of our community members would like. What would that look like? The first consideration would be in the blended model where we could do what we call a 2-2 split, where students come to school in the AM, a certain group in the AM, then they go home in the afternoon, and then another group comes in the afternoon. Also, we could be selective with potential grade levels, so different grade levels coming on certain days, having that remote instruction happening also at home. But we heard earlier too from Mr. Arredondo concerns about the students that really are, they're school dependent. How do we get them here? Another idea for this blended model would be the students that need to come to school. We pair them up, we put them into the environment following the safety protocols, but then we also have another group that is doing the remote learning at home. So if I'm doing my remote learning at home, I log in, let's say at 9:30, because that's when my class starts. I see my teacher in this smaller class and I'm able to participate and receive the live instruction. That would be another way for us to do this blended hybrid return. Despite, no matter what scenario we come in with, whether it's scenario 1 or scenario 2, we need to be able to pivot immediately to a remote learning plan in the event something happens again. So if we get struck with illness, we need to be able to go ahead and move into complete digital learning. So what would that look like? Based on our reflections of how this entire process has gone, we will continue with our digital resources such as Lexia, Dreambox, and also we are going to go into a purchase with IXL. IXL is pre-K through 12 curriculum, which we can align to our scope and sequence. So if we go into a complete digital learning platform for say 2 or 3 weeks, we can follow our curriculum, but we also have these adaptive programs and curricular programs where I, as the teacher, can go in and assist my students in that classroom environment, except it's digital. We can also use those platforms in scenario 1 and 2 as well as additional support. In all 3 scenarios, there needs to be an emphasis on the social emotional learning of our students with the challenging times that we have been facing recently. So we need to make sure that we are embedding the SEL supports in all of the curriculum, because if we don't address that, then academically it will be difficult to get the students to thrive. And so those are the considerations as of right now, as we wait for Dr. Valadez and our team to collect information. Ms. Mariano and her team will be calling all students participating in special education. As we get that information, we'll be able to have a more concise plan on what it's going to look like. We spoke earlier about teachers who, may have anxiety, and Mr. Cardona brought up a 504 plan. We may have those with our students as well. Any student who is currently on a 504 plan or is diagnosed with say anxiety or medically fragile right now, we will just have to go through that process so we can put them on some sort of remote learning platform and offer them a system of support to enhance their education well-being. So that's where we are as far as the scenario considerations. We do have Ms. Vanessa Jackson and Ms. Keely Sontliner. They should be on the Zoom to provide input. They're also on our committee, and they wanted to go over the scenario considerations before Ms. Dre discusses the calendar.
Ms. Ruiz.
So hi, I teach at Goodnight. I'm happy to have the opportunity to talk this evening. And the scenarios are really nicely designed. They allow for us to still have that face-to-face contact with students and to set up the virtual learning as needed. It is really nice to be considering the impact for our families as we go through this. And it's going to be good to have a variety of technological resources at our disposal in order to deliver the curriculum, and those are available in all 3 scenarios.
Ms. Sontliner?
Hi, my name is Keely Sunlightner. I have one child in the district that is going to be going into 4th grade, and I really appreciate the opportunity to have been on this committee and to be able to provide some feedback. I support the hybrid, and I really hope that we're able to move forward with the hybrid scenario. I think it's the best scenario to have balance between allowing students to go back into school, be with their friends, be with their teachers, but also allows us to have, if we have to go to remote, that will already be there, that aspect will already be there. I think we also have to be able to provide structure for the students through this model, especially with the remote learning, whether it's logging in for Zoom classroom a couple times a day, but I do think it needs to be structured and scheduled. I think that's very important to the students. I think that having the hybrid model will also help relieve some of that stress with parents who may not have the flexibility to work from home 5 days a week. I was very fortunate that I do have a flexible job, but a lot of the parents are not. And if they're able to send their students back to school, even just for 2 or 3 days a week or half the day, I think that'll help relieve some of the stress. and maybe also some of the apprehension with sending students back, going back to school, having been at home this whole time, and with COVID still being active. Hopefully that'll help relieve some of the apprehension as well.
Thank you. We're also still awaiting, though, recommendations from TEA, because we need to know how that seat time is going to count for us, if they're going to allow us to do the waivers, are they going to allow us to collect ADA and use the students checking in as part of our attendance processes. So we should be receiving, hopefully this week, clarification and guidance from TEA.
Any questions?
Ms. Cantu.
Ms. Halsey?
Great, thank you so much. So my first question is, do we have any guidelines from TEA on class sizes?
So they're saying now 22 in a classroom, 6 feet apart.
Okay, and then I know several weeks into, I'm thinking specifically of the elementary instruction, we had to do a pivot because we recognized that the instruction wasn't consistent across all the campuses. And so there was a uniform curriculum that was developed and then distributed both paper and from which all the teachers were working in their Google Classrooms, correct? Right.
Yes.
So are we over the summer creating that curriculum now so that we have it all set up and ready to go when school starts in whatever way school starts?
Yes, ma'am. We've been working on our scope and sequence, and the lesson designs are part of that. And so it will be uniform throughout, giving teachers, though, also the autonomy to add to those lessons.
Okay, that's great. And so that's at the elementary school level?
Correct? It's pre-K through 12.
Pre-K through 12. So explain to me then what that looks like at the middle school and high school, because my experience looked like different teachers doing different things, which is great, and different teachers taking different approaches, also great in theory. I also saw that, you know, there was the synchronous model and that worked really well for lots of kids, but if it didn't work for a kid and that was the only model the teacher was doing, then there were problems, and vice versa. If it was an asynchronous model and it worked great for some kids, super. So are the teachers blending their instruction approaches? Or will students be, if they're going to be doing a hybrid model or an at-home learning, will they be able to know in advance what the instructional model would be?
Yes. We have our district curriculum specialists at the secondary, and they are developing the lessons, and it will be similar to the elementary. There will be some cross-curricular, like we'll be embedding social studies into the curriculum as well. Now, if I'm a student and I'm going to do the blended model, teachers will need to continue with the high-tech version of using Canvas or Google Classroom. At secondary, we use Canvas, where students will be able to log in and access those lessons. And so we're going to become more structured in the event, we have to pivot to a complete remote learning platform, but also more structured as well in this blended hybrid model.
And so will that be both with the core classes as well as the electives? Because that's where I really felt like there was a wide range of styles.
Yes, in the core classes with the electives, we need to work on making sure that we're unifying that, right? Because like right now with band and choir, they should be able to start doing some lessons on Screencastify to uniform that, to make it more uniform. We just have to do the training on how to do those type of lessons for them.
Ms. Costilla, and then Mr. McLaughlin.
Dr. Mills, I'm a visual, so help me visualize. I'm trying to visualize this at the high school. So if you have math classes for freshmen, you have 4 or 5 math classes for freshmen. So you take one math class, so you're saying that half of them will be coming in the morning and half of the other half will be coming in the afternoon. Is that what you're saying?
If we did a 2-2 split,
the hybrid,
yes, ma'am, if we did that.
So if you had 30 kids in the classroom, then 15 would come in the morning. They would still, the other ones that are at home would still participate. No? Yes?
So yes, that's a good question. So if I'm coming to school and I'm in the AM, right? And then I have a group of students at home, if they're not coming to school that day, because let's say they need to do remote learning, they can log in, right? But if I'm doing the AM and then I have a different group in the PM, I come to school in the morning and then I can go, I have my 2 class periods there. We've got to be purposeful. So if I'm taking Algebra 1 as a 9th grader, that means I may have moved into the district, but I'm also taking English 1. So how do I arrange that schedule where the students can get Algebra 1 and their English 1, and the only person that changes is the teacher, right? Then they go home and then they can log in and they can do their work for English 1 and Algebra 1. The second group comes in. Then let's say on Tuesday they come in and then they get their biology and their history. So we have to be very purposeful on how we're planning that. But if we're doing them in cohorts and just a select group, like everybody in this classroom goes to school, right, every day. But then Nicole's group stays home. Nicole's group can log in and access that class period on Canvas, watch the teacher do the live instruction, and participate that way. Because we have those interactive touch screens in the classrooms, they can see everything on that touch screen.
So you're looking at basically 50% of having them here and the other 50 over there. Now, let me ask you also, when it comes to lunch, so how is that going to work? Are they going to eat at in their classrooms? Or, I mean, is lunch going to be served? No, yes?
As of right now, I know Mr. Wozniak is working on that. There have been conversations about having different stations throughout where students are separated, but also bringing lunch into the classroom. And that's a good point, right? Because again, we've got to think about how we still continue supporting our students with the meals as well as with the academics.
One more question, and because of the encounters that I've had with, parents have this idea of maybe of how it's going to be, or they've heard about how it's going to be. And so one of the questions has been, okay, so how are you going to select students to either do homebound or do or be at the classroom? So I'm not hearing that it's so much as a selection, since it's going to be a trade-off, trading in the morning and the PM. Is that correct?
If we do the 2-2 split. If we did the cohorts, the way students...
That would be a selection process.
And that selection process would be based on student academic needs, right? And which students have to come to school because they're school dependent. The parents need to work. The other thing that we need to consider is that some families have multiple students in our system. So Ms. Hernsberger is pulling up that list. We're going to see what grades are they in, and how do we literally need to go student by student and design a schedule that is conducive for the family environment and for those children as well.
Were the counselors working on those schedules already, or are you all?
It would be everybody working on it too. So that's going to be a team effort. Right now we're working on building what the traditional schedule would look like. So if I stay home because I'm doing remote learning, I can follow my traditional schedule if that's the model we use.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Okay, so just logistically, because it's 70 days till school, right? And it's a lot of unknowns. And then there's things that happen based upon how those unknowns are answered. And then at each step, there's another 3 options that you'd have to decide. And at the end of this, you have to order a whole bunch of plexiglass, by example, right? And when's that? And how do you get that in time? And so I know this is overwhelming. Like you're in charge of redesigning how education works for 8,000 kids, and you need it tomorrow. But at the same time, you're in charge of, or y'all are in charge of redesigning how education works for 8,000 kids, and we need it tomorrow. So what is your timeline on those decisions, and what role do we play as the elected representatives of the community? Because I don't want to hear what the decision was and then me think, well, that's a really bad decision. I want us to have a voice in that. So would that be at our July agenda prep, or is that too soon, or what's the schedule?
May I answer that, sir, or do you want the July 7th agenda prep? As soon as Mr. Fernandez gets the results on Thursday, and we have the team go out this week and next week to meet with the parents, because we need to be in consideration of the families that need to come to school and the buses, then we can make a decision. If it's that blended model, it's all up here. We just need to all come together, put it on paper, and start doing the schedules. And so we have that plan. We have the plexiglass as well, but I do know that we need to, for certain, we will have students that will be coming at a minimum at least 3 to 4 times a week, because they need to be in school so their parents can go and work. And again, we call them our, our school dependent children, but just our children that learn better face to face and not in a remote setting. We have to take all of that in consideration. So July 7th, we will have a plan in place for you. But I think too, prior to that, we can share the results of the survey and share the information that we get from our team and what data they collect, so we can give that to you as well.
So the one thing you said there that stood out to me, I don't want to be a parent, I am, right, of 3 in the system, and told, oh, we decided your child wasn't school dependent, so they're going to be at home. Like, I think the parents know
They need
their
to have a
kid, and
voice.
they know what their kid needs,
Yep.
and I don't just want to look at like who's, I mean, I think they're all school dependent, to be honest. I think some parents may opt out or opt for a more blended model because they have anxiety about it, or their child has special health conditions, or whatever it might be. But I don't think we can stratify the kids based on need. I agree, some kids do poorer at home than other kids do at home, but they all do worse at home than they do here. And so that concerns me. I know you're throwing it out as another concern, but
No, the parent's voice will be also a deciding
thing
factor.
sounded just logistically much more trouble than than like a Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, because if in that event you're still transporting 8,400 kids to campuses every day, and you're doing it at different times, and transportation's great, but they're going to be running around like mad, and then parents are going to have to do that. Well, now every day I have to get Junior to AM. Oh, tomorrow it's PM, and there just jobs aren't that flexible. Once I'm at work, I'm stuck at work, and I work for myself. So I have concerns, just as y'all do, right? So I'm eager for a broader conversation.
Mr. Redondo, and then Ms. Halsey.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu, and thank you, Dr. Ruiz-Mills. Similarly to what Mr. McLaughlin said, obviously we're tasking you with fundamentally changing how a system has worked for hundreds of years, and prepare for every scenario and eventuality. My biggest concern, I have several concerns actually, but was illustrated during the presentation, and that's technology malfunctions. And we have issues. And so when it comes to these blended models of learning where there's an instructor in the classroom meeting face-to-face, and a handful of students are at home watching via Zoom call, undoubtedly there's going to be technical difficulties. And I need assurances that we're going to have staff at each campus ready to go to those classrooms to troubleshoot those technological challenges, versus a teacher spending 45 minutes trying to figure out what's wrong with the sound, why a child at home can't hear the lecture that's taking place, calling someone from, Central or wherever our technology department is housed to come over and fix that. So that's one thing. It's the technology of a blended learning model. Is we saw here, even just at a board meeting, there are challenges and technology fails. Secondly, my other concern, similarly to Mr. McLaughlin's, is families can't manage childcare when my child goes to school Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in the AM. So as we talk about calendar options and students physically being present on our campuses, I hope this, and don't take this the wrong way when we talk about like a census of families to get this information, obviously it's going to be better, I think, in my opinion, if a student comes Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and has Thursday, Friday off, and it's a longer weekend, because you can hopefully try and find childcare day after day versus I need you every other day for 3.5 hours in the morning or in the afternoon. So some type of consistent schedule that managerially makes more sense for parents. I would be interested to see what ISD families would prefer. Is it an every other day model? Is it every day in the morning or in the afternoon? What does that look like when it comes to families navigating that process? Thirdly, when it comes to our career and technical education courses, especially at San Marcos High School, I still don't understand how someone who needs several hundreds of hours of certification, enrichment, and instruction could get that in the modified schedule that's being proposed. So I'd like to hear our director of CTE talk about that, especially when it comes to, you know, the LVN programs that we have and the cosmetology programs and welding and whatever that looks like. Is if we're offering these courses, I want to see a roadmap that guarantees that these students are actually going to get to those certificates that we're saying that they could be eligible to get at the end of this upcoming academic year. And if we can't assure those ISD families that we can do that, I have concerns about offering those as opportunities from them if they're not going to reach the finish line. And so those are the things that I have off the top of my head. There's several things kind of rattling around. So similarly to Mr. McLaughlin, I would like to see this plan before it's in final draft form, just so that we can flesh this out together. Again, I think it's going to take a significant amount of resources for the ISD to do all of these things, and I don't want an assumption that there might not be support from some of us to allocate those funds to do whatever it is we need to do to make sure that we meet every child where they are and make sure that they're achieving the way that we want them to. I guess fourthly, I would assume that we need case managers. I know that we've asked teachers to take on this additional burden of find out if your students need access to food, or find out if they need access to technology, if they have access to Wi-Fi. We're already asking y'all to do so much as it is, and to put that additional burden on teachers to constantly be checking in with ISD families. I think that obviously they're uniquely positioned to do that, and they have those relationships with those students, but to ask them to do that on top of everything else, I can only imagine how overwhelming that is. So I would like to see in this plan that is brought back to us in July what support and resources we're giving to teachers, asking them, like all of y'all, to go above and beyond what traditionally they've signed up for. And I appreciate that they've risen to the occasion, but I can only imagine how exhausting online instruction has been, because I've seen it in other workplaces where now that we are so dependent on email and technological communication, these jobs have really become 24/7, 365 roles, and I do not want that to be reflected at, you know, mid-year as teachers are burned out, or even, you know, at the end of the first grading period. So again, thank you for all of y'all's work that y'all are doing to formulate a plan that needs to have 8,000 different iterations to it, and I can't even imagine what y'all are going through. But again, I appreciate y'all's leadership on this.
Thank you.
Ms. Halsey, and
Thanks.
then Ms. Christina.
I agree. This is a gargantuan task, and I really appreciate all the work that's going into it. I also share some of Mr. Adondo and Mr. McLaughlin's concerns, and I'm wondering what scenario one should we decide, like, should we, you know, I don't believe that we'll have a vaccine by August. I don't think that anybody really believes that's going to be the scenario, right? But if we figure out some way to enact scenario one, and we brought back all of the students, and we had all of the kids that rode the bus at the end of the year riding the bus again, do we have the space, and do we have the teachers, and do we have the resources, like the number of buses that we would need to be able to accommodate that? Like, I can't see putting 22 desks 6 feet apart in any elementary school classroom that I've been on.
Right, so the 22 desks, 6 feet apart, it just depends what classroom it is and how we set it up. If I take these two desks and put them together and then put a plexiglass in between from the end of the seat to the end of the seat would be 6 feet. And right now that's what we've been debating on, if that is considered a viable alternative. So we're working through that. What we were working that comfortably we could get at least 13 or 14, correct, Mr. Wozniak, in the classroom. And then we would have an option. So if I have my 14 students here, the overflow would go into a specials rotation, and then we would filter them out, right? We would also rotate the teachers into the class. So if we are not doing just, we departmentalize, then we have, you know, in elementary, the English teacher come in or the math teacher come in, and they're rotating. And then at a certain time, those 14 go into their specials group and the next group comes in. But what that also means is that we may have to borrow from what Bowie Elementary has been doing, where they've been doing the multi-age. And so maybe grouping students by age, not by age, but blending them together, so we can have the classes. So teachers may be teaching, you know, a couple of combined grade levels as well. And so with the buses, I don't know how Mr. Wozniak is going to do that right now. That's what he is in the process of working on. But if we were to do scenario 1, that's what it would look like.
Good luck. I mean, it's a massive undertaking, and you know, I say that facetiously, but I really appreciate all the effort. I'm very worried about how this is going to work. So, thank you.
And you might have the answer or not already, but how is extracurricular activities going to be blended into all this? Football, band, choir,
Right.
and everything else. Yeah.
So that ties into what Mr. Arredondo was asking regarding CTE. So we come up with a schedule. Let's just say scenario 2. You've got your blended model there. But the constant will be those extracurriculars. So based on their practice schedule, if coach needs his students every day, then there's going to be a certain period of the day where we need to transport them to the campus so they can participate. Or some of those students may choose to be part of those cohort groups that are going to be attending, right? As of right now, UIL Music has just released their guidance saying that you can practice outside 6 feet apart, you know, but being cognizant of the air particles that are transported through the air, right, because of the condensation and everything that goes through the instruments. And so we've got that then. So we're going to follow and model everything off of our athletic plan. But we've got to make certain that we create plans for the students to come in and do CTE, and then come in to do their athletics, do their fine arts, do the extracurriculars. So working with Ms. Presley and our middle school leaders as well on that.
For the year that ended, will you have a report for us on those students that still did not meet their credit requirements, and those students that had incomplete time on their CTE?
So we have Mr. Doyle is working with our CTE students right now. They have until August the 31st, and the state has given them an extension where they could complete some of their certifications online by going through the videos. And then we have some that have slowly been able to go in and start doing their practicum hours. And we also have some that are taking the test currently. So they have until August 31st. Right now at the high school, okay, students did not lose credit second semester. If they didn't attend, we've encouraged them to attend summer school. We actually have students that did not participate second semester that are now participating in summer school. We were able to find them. They've come back, given them a computer, given them a hotspot. We have a little over 230 students that are working on credit retrieval. That means that they lost the credit not due to COVID, but sometime throughout their high school career. And so those are the students that are working out on it as of this time.
And so they're working from home?
All of our summer school is online. Those students are doing Edgenuity, and so we have teachers that are monitoring their work. We have 80 students that are doing summer school online here at the high school for acceleration, and that is through a live teacher on Canvas.
Thank you. Anybody else have questions?
Okay, Ms. Dre is going to finish off the presentation.
Okay, in addition to our group that worked on what our school days would look like, we had another group of folks work on the actual calendar. We took a look at our currently approved calendar, which is right now 172 student instructional days, and we took a look at where could we possibly add additional student instruction days, trying to recover, of course, lost instruction. So we were able to get the calendar to 177. We were shooting for 180, but we had to stay within teacher contract days and still allow for teachers time to set up their classrooms. They had to leave very quickly, and those kinds of things impacted their ability to close out the way they normally would. So we were able to come up with 177 days by increasing 5 student days, mostly at the end of the calendar, going into June, and I'll show you that in a moment. We also needed to stick with our current start date of August 24th because of construction at De Zavala and Miller. And the other factor that we looked at is we have received a grant called the ADSY. It's through TEA, and it stands for Additional Days of School. And this coming year will be a planning year for this grant, in which a steering committee will be formed, and together that committee with parents, community members, and staff from Travis and Mendez will work to design a 210-day calendar, beginning implementation in the 21-22 school year. So that grant became available prior to COVID, so it's not related specifically to COVID. The intention of the reason TEA put this grant opportunity together is because they've been looking at research that shows significant learning loss when students are out of school. And then COVID came along, and now we're really experiencing that. So it was a little bit ironic that the opportunity appeared when it did. However, considering student needs and extended time out of school, even just during the summer, we are working to respond to that by coming up with a year-round calendar. TEA also has in House Bill 3, a piece of that bill is specific to half-day funding called ADSY funding for districts who choose to go beyond 180 school days up to 210. So there is some funding available. After our planning year of the grant, we would then be eligible for, provided successful planning occurs, we would be eligible for an implementation grant that would also give us additional funds to help implement that and offset the other half of the funding to provide support for those additional school days. So can you go to the next slide? So this is just an overview of the days that we took a specific look at to see where we could add additional student learning. And as Mr. Fernandez shared with you, right now it's looking like of the 30-ish% of families that have responded to our survey, so far it doesn't look like people are very interested in moving to a slightly extended calendar. Of course, we'll ask you to take that into consideration. And it would have us ending school on June 8th for students and June 9th for teachers. And I believe you have a copy of that in your board book as well, so you can see the details. So the other impact it had was moving from 9 professional learning days to 6 days. So it did reduce our professional learning by 3. And we have our parent and teacher that would like to comment as well.
So I want to start by first being appreciative of the opportunity to participate and having a voice at the table in terms of considering the calendar and the schedule. I know that we've dropped from 9 days to 6 days. for professional development, I personally do not think that the loss of those days is going to have a negative impact on our ability to deliver instruction. I mean, we will still have the opportunity for training at the beginning of the year on disinfecting practices, I hear, and also on training for hybrid presentations. And I think if we preserve the opportunity to collaborate as teachers and share tips and tricks on what we've learned while we were at home tinkering with things, that we will be well set up and ready to go for the school year. Both options still have holidays scattered throughout them, and days where we all get to have a long weekend and sort of recoup. So I think both options are solid.
So to piggyback off Ms. Jackson, I agree that both calendars, I think, have a lot of options. I know the survey is showing that parents right now seem to lean more towards the current approved calendar. However, I want to point out that the extended calendar is only adding 5 days and only adding 2 to the end of the school year. So from June 4th to June 8th. I think that maybe that information wasn't known, and maybe if that information is put out there, that maybe there would be more support for that calendar. I think it's going to be necessary for those 5 days, even for students who might be straight A students. I think there was just such a big impact for those 9 weeks for students to be at home. And I mean, I know from my personal experience, the difference between what the education my son was receiving at home due to circumstances versus what he would have received in the school is very different. And I think that it's going to be important to try and catch up all the students next year for that, to make up for what was missed this past year.
Okay, thank you. So my last point I wanted to make was the connection between moving this calendar by a few days, potentially, if that's a decision that the board wishes to go. The reason we did look at an intersessional calendar, which was one of the options proposed by TEA for districts to consider spreading it, like just going straight to a year-round calendar. We did not consider that option because beginning the following school year with the grant in place, that would have us starting in July. And so we didn't want to eliminate a summer for our staff and our students. So that's the reason why we were working to end in early June.
Mr. Redondo, you had a question?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu, and I appreciate Ms. Suntliner clarifying that the extended calendar, I know I received an email that referenced that, an extended calendar or modified calendar from what was approved by the board might remove a child's summer, but even at an extended calendar, it is not doing such a thing, and that it's only adding several days. So that, I guess, was one of my biggest concerns was coming into tonight's meeting was, what that looked like. We're making sure that we message to ISD families that a modified calendar is not, at least in my assumption, is not going to be detrimental to people's plans if they have any already. That, and also when it comes to instruction time delivered to students, and this I think is actually Dr. Ruiz-Mills' question, and then Mr. Wozniak. If a set of circumstances presents itself in which a staff member, an instructor, a teacher exposes a classroom to the virus, again, that's another iteration of this plan that needs to be worked out. But again, what does that look like, or how do we manage that type of dynamic when it comes to providing instruction and blended learning? And, again, so many questions that are left unanswered because of so many different hypotheticals. But again, I'm just curious as we talk about a school calendar, if this accommodates those hypothetical situations that more than likely will arise, just an additional handful of days.
think with a handful of days, if we were to extend it, plus we are also increasing the school day by 15 minutes at all grade levels with exception to pre-K. That will allow us to help minimize, you know, some of the student loss and embed it into the new curriculum. But working with Mr. Wozniak, if you know, if an entire classroom got ill or contracted the virus, then that would be a complete remote learning if they're able to, or we would have to, it would be 2 weeks, or we would need to come up with a plan like we do now. If a student is out for a certain amount of days, you know, how do we go and provide that instruction that was lost? And so it will, at that point, it will need to be based on an accommodation, potentially putting that student on a 504, right, because of that illness, so we can bring them up, you know, and give them the instruction online. So that's, we have these conversations once a week or more often than that too. Again, it's all of planning for the unknown unknowns that we know are going to hit.
Yes, absolutely. And then my second follow-up to that, and it's in response to a comment Mr. McLaughlin made, because I am in agreement. I would really appreciate data and information, and really as we make these decisions, is how many ISD families believe and want their child to be present full-time. You know, there's obviously going to be some families who say, you know, it's best for my child to stay home or opt into an online instructional model, which the ISD is planning for. But I would be similarly interested in knowing what families are just going to flat out say, nobody's home, we work full time, we can't facilitate online instruction, we don't know calculus, you know, we need the educators in the ISD to, you know, fulfill this role in our child's life. Because again, I think that data is going to be critical as we make these decisions moving forward, and how staffing looks and what those additional resources are. And when it comes to professional development, I would also be interested, and I know this was done at several campuses throughout the last 9 weeks, is what support we can offer parents who are partaking in online instruction and being that facilitator for their child at home. But I would even be interested in Ms. Mustafa looking into resources really to support the parents and the grandparents and the aunt and uncle's social and emotional health, because I know that this is obviously taking a toll on them as well, regardless of demographic or economic status. Asking a parent or a guardian to become their child's instructor in any way is a big ask. And so again, whatever resources and support the ISD can provide families outside of what we've typically done, because we're doing something outside of what we've historically done, which is fine. But again, I hope those things are being taken into consideration. And again, all of those requests have a $ attached to them. But as we have these plans individually, you know, whatever those resources need to be allocated, you know, you can count on my support.
Ms. Hanson.
Yes, I have a question on the extended day option. May 28th was in our current plan, is our current calendar is instruction day. Why was it changed to a holiday? Because if we left it as instruction and then the last student day, we could actually end the school year at the same time as the current calendar.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, we had to account for only 187 days for staff, so we couldn't go beyond that. So adding, so that impacted that, if that makes sense.
But if you backed it up and made that a instruction day, then you would back up when the teachers left and when the students left.
Yes, that's, the committee was taking into consideration where breaks were throughout the calendar as well. And so that was one of the days that they wanted to.
I think some parents are wanting the school year to end the same time, because we also backed, why are we skipping June 7th?
We're not skipping June 7th. No, instruction would go straight from, so June 3rd currently on the calendar is the last student day, right? And so it would be the instruction would continue from June 3rd all the way through, you know, Monday through Friday,
Okay.
through June 8th. I just didn't write every day on
I
there.
see that, I
Yeah.
see that one.
Okay.
I just think if we could, I think parents, if they're concerned about summer, would prefer that they just go ahead and have instruction on that May 28th. That's comments I've received from parents, is to not take up as much summer as possible.
We can take another look at that.
Thank
Mr.
you.
McLaughlin?
Mr. Ruiz-Mills, I remember when we first started talking about calendar shifts, I thought it was to build in some slack so that if we get shut down for 2 weeks or something, we've got some days to eat it up. But my understanding was if we didn't need them, we could still let out at a similar time, that we weren't aiming to have more minutes of instruction in the school year. We were just aiming for some flexibility. But it seems like the new proposal, the extended days option, if there's no disruption, is still going to extend the year, and my child's still going to go to school, whatever 15 minutes times 172 plus those 5 days are. Did I miss the transition from building in slack to we just want them here more?
No, the building in the slack was going to come in the form of the intersessional calendar, where we could still do that, but also if we stick with our calendar, because that's what the families right now on Mr. Fernandez's survey have said, if we do that, if we end up, say, having to shut down for 2 weeks, there would be a potential where we could make up those 2 weeks at the end, or we could do interventions and supports during the Thanksgiving break, giving teachers extra duty pay, bringing in students, you know, that Monday and Tuesday of that break, and also doing it during the winter break as possible. We do have a calendar like that we drafted, but the committee went with these two options that we can also present to you as well. We can send it to you.
Okay.
Ms. Cantu.
Whoever
wants to go. Am I next?
Yes.
I guess, again, with the handful of days that have been added, I think with it being such a unknown right now, individually, it might not be a popular conversation to have, but I'm interested in looking at what an intersessional calendar looks like for the ISD, affording us those opportunities if we have to shut down for a week at a time, or if students have to quarantine for 2 weeks at home, or if staff have to quarantine for 2 weeks at home, whatever that looks like. I mean, the reality is that we're a working class community, and I understand that a handful of families might have summer plans and summer camps and things like that, but I think most of them have the means and wherewithal to modify those with a year of advance notice. So again, as we talk about the most at-risk and the school-dependent students, I hope that that's the population that we're focused on when we make some of these decisions.
I have that calendar. I'll get with Mr. Fernandez tomorrow so he can beautify it, and I'll send it out to the school board.
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, I was wondering about decreasing the number of professional days for teachers, because if we're asking teachers to, suddenly become multimodal in a variety of different technologies and changing the curriculum to suit this group and then doing blended ages, that seems like a lot of planning at the very minimum that's going to be needed for the teachers. So I also feel like we're going to need to be really flexible no matter what, right? Because we don't know what the next year is going to look like. Nobody does. And so we might have to decide in January to redo the calendar again, right? So I would prefer, because these are so similar, to stick with what we already have, and adding a few days of instruction on at the end of the school year doesn't seem to me like necessarily, I don't know, I go back and forth because I feel like it's often a time when parents struggle for childcare at the end of the year before camps start, and especially if there are, again, no summer camps next year. So I can sort of see extending it by a few days to give parents that help. I also think that those are often the days that students really do receive the least amount of instruction during the school year, which is good and bad, right? So I would be inclined to stick with what we have, giving the teachers the extra support, and then knowing that, we might have to change this again in August, we might have to change it in November, we might have to change it again next March. It just seems we don't really know.
Thank you, Ms. Halsey. Ms. Villalpando?
I tend to agree with Ms. Halsey, and I'm really interested in having the shorter calendar, and I like the idea of maybe finding out who would be available to do some student teaching during the Thanksgiving break. I think maybe there's some that might be available where others want to take the whole Thanksgiving week, but some that may be a couple of days where we could get some arrange for some teachers to be available, and students whatever they need.
Ms. Costilla, did you have a question? Mr. McLaughlin?
Yeah, got it covered. Thank you. Ms. Cantu, I have one last question about the calendars.
Mr. Arredondo?
Of the 3 iterations that are floating around, these 2 and the intersessional one, what Ms. Halsey referenced to was we might have to pivot mid-year or after the first 9 weeks. Do these calendars allow for that? I would assume we would need more minutes built in if we were to move things around, or, again, I guess that's my question, is what calendar allows us the most flexibility moving forward if we, for instance, have to call an audible given a new scenario that arises?
You want me to answer? You want to answer? I think the calendar that would offer the most flexibility may be the one that's not up there, the intersessional calendar, because you have those breaks embedded throughout the year. So we plan it by, kind of based off of the predictive models of when the virus may spike again, and that would provide us the flexibility. Also adding those 15 extra minutes, and I can't remember the total off the top of my head, will also give us latitude in the instructional minutes, because we'll go over the 75,600 minutes required. So we'll have flexibility within that as well for additional days. But I think that one would be it. I think the one where we added the additional 6 days, that would help. It would just be spread out. It wouldn't be all, in different weekly formats like the intersession. Go ahead.
So the one thing it does, though, on the end of the school year, by spreading the breaks out, is that it would push us further into summer with an end date. And so by doing that, that significantly would impact whether or not students and staff have a summer break. So there's a give and take with each option.
And Ms. Dre, that was the one that adds additional days at the end, or the intersessional calendar?
The intersessional. That would push us almost to the end of June.
Is there, and
So
again,
can y'all send us a copy of that intersessional?
I have 172 days. That would push us through the second week of June with an intersessional calendar. I hate to say I all the time, but one day I couldn't sleep and I did all.
If I remember correctly, that might leave about 3 weeks of a summer break for the schools implementing extended school year to 210.
Ms. Cantu,
We done?
is there like a hybrid between intersessional and a traditional school calendar that doesn't take away so much of June and July? I mean, if you talk about building a calendar that potentially could follow the, spike of virus contraction throughout the year, I mean, we have like Good Friday that is a bad weather makeup day. If, things don't happen as bad as we hope that they don't, are there ways that we can give those days back to families? Is there a calendar that exists in such a way that if we need them, we can use them? And like Mr. McLaughlin says, is if we meet this threshold of number of minutes, then we can effectively end the school year or give days back to families and students.
Yes, we could. And if you give me 48 hours, we can have that for you.
We didn't anticipate that quick of a turnaround, but I appreciate that. But again, as we, talk about these things, I don't want to take away our student summers, but without knowing what the spring or the fall and the spring is going to look like, I don't know if 5 days and 3 days at the end of the year is going to help us manage what we don't.
Are we finished? Ms. Costilla? I don't think there's a win situation with this calendar for this year. It's just everything is so up in the air, whether the intersessional calendar that you're talking about, whether whatever time is extended and leaves for students to enjoy summer to some extent, to whatever extent. So when you're talking about the intersessional calendar that you have, it's unknown whether maybe we will have to close or not, or whatever it is that we might happen to where it continues to stretch it out. So, and that's where I think a lot of parents are going to complain about if we go with whatever calendar. That's why it's going to be a no-win situation at this point in time, because we're not ever going to be able to please parents, all parents. They're all going to be somewhat upset with whatever, if something happens or not happens, and we go this way and this way or that way. Maybe what we could find is maybe something in between what you got here, and that way maybe we do need additional days, whether it's, you're looking at 5 additional days here, right, that you're putting up besides the 172. I'd hate to think that parents would get upset if we went further than what we normally have, because we have not had, this situation is unusual. It's not a atypical calendar year that's been in previous years. So I think our parents, I like to think that our parents would have common sense and be understanding of whatever, of the calendar that we feel is best given the circumstances that we're operating in right now. But I still like to see that, and maybe a fewer days in there or whatever it would be. But the other one that you were talking about as well.
We'll get those plans to you.
Ms. Hanson?
My preference at this point, with the unknowns out there, is to keep the current calendar, but add in time during Thanksgiving, winter break, and even spring break, where students can come and if they need extra time, and I'm sure we could find enough staff members that would be willing to do those things, of course, for extra pay. But I think that would be my preference at this point.
Anyone else? Mr. Redondo?
In response to that, I guess my concern is having students come in for additional instructional time around holidays is that they would essentially be around family. If we say we're going to bring students in the week of Thanksgiving for additional instruction, more than likely they're around family, which could essentially expose them to the virus. So as we have these conversations, I understand that there are holidays that we could essentially ask students to give up for additional instructional time. That's not what I would like to see happen. I think 2.5 months of summer is more than enough to find some time for additional instruction versus Christmas break or Thanksgiving break. There's universities who are not coming back into session after Thanksgiving for that exact same reason. And so, when billion-dollar institutions find that as a best practice, I hope we can look to them as a model of what we should or could do for ISD families and students.
And I thank you for all the work.
Yes.
And there is a no-win schedule because there'll always be parents and students upset. Are we through with the academic update? Because
we
I think
take a
the board is going to need a break.
We still have to, we still have
It's
2 other
already
things,
coming
but
up.
let's take a break now.
Are we ready for a break?
Yes.
Everybody? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break right now. Come back at 8:03. Just stand up.
For what?
Ready to, there's Ann. Get back to work. Let's start with the school board construction update.
Good evening. Board President, Trustees, Mr. Cardona. My name is Bernie Sandoval. I'm the Director of Construction Management Services here for the district. I'm going to try to give you a brief overview of the 2017 bond project. Just from a high-level perspective, I can tell you what's important, probably important to y'all, is the budget looks good and the deadlines look good, more importantly. So with that, I'm going to just jump right into it. The numbers, the budget, the overall budget, really the big change there is the new elementary school, Rodriguez. We're starting to realize some additional savings. So if you look at last month's presentation, you'll see an increase on the estimated savings, and a lot of that is driven by Rodriguez Elementary School. As far as the we've had to go back and correct 3 roofs for the Crockett, Travis, and Bowie campuses. Crockett is done, pending a final review. In fact, we were out there today looking at the work. Probably some adjustments we're going to have to do. Nothing structural, mainly cosmetic. The Travis and the Bowie campuses, they actually started Bowie this week as well today, and both or all 3 will be done by the end of July, which is good. The San Marcos High School, fully expect by the next time I'm in front of y'all that we'll be completely done with this project. We are probably working on the final punch list. I mean, you can see some items there, but really having seen this building, it's something that the district certainly needs to be proud of. It definitely complements this building as well as the athletic facilities, and it's really something to see. It's going to be good for the students, good for the faculty, and like I said, we should be wrapped up with that by the end of, or at least by the next time I'm in front of y'all. As far as Miller Middle School, the renovation there, that one is probably, of all the projects we have going on, that's probably the most visible to the eye if you're just driving by with some of the work that's being done. We've got, as you can see there's a lot of stuff that's happening inside, but there's a lot of stuff happening outside as well. Some stuff that'll be completed in the next 30 days, and there's a picture on the next page. The 8th grade hallway will be tiled, and the flooring will be in. The future admin area, which sits in front of the school. If you're coming off Fox Trail, you can see the prep work has started. The exterior site prep has started. Classroom framing inside the school is taking shape, and then the courtyard 1, which sits right next to the new admin area, within the next 30 days, that'll be finalized. Rebars going in, concrete. So that's going to be that'll be visibly from the road that you can see that's being completed. As far as De Zavala, this is a lot of internal work that's going on. You can see what's been done over the last 30 days since the last time we've taught, or the last time this was presented to y'all. Some of the stuff over the next 30 days, really from the view of the street, you'll be able to see that the parking lot will be completed with new curbs, new access, retrofitting the roofs on each of the classroom wings. So once again, a lot of good work going on there. There's some pictures on the next page of the framing of the new admin area, and then some piers that had to be installed on the right-hand side that's going to support as well as support the building. And then the last project, which we actually just started last week, is Goodnight. That is a project that is going to be completed right up to the start of school. In fact, August 18th is the day that we have. There's not a lot of complicated work. It's a lot of HVAC, a lot of air conditioning, a lot of light changes, some demo of some restrooms in the cafeteria area. But should be completed on time. And like I said, we just got started on that last week with a lot of demo work, and we should have more of an update at our next meeting.
Any questions?
I have
Ms.
just
Hanson?
one. Back on Miller, it's always confused me. What is phase 1 completion that's not going to be done until January of next year?
So that would be the new admin area that's up at the front. So while they've started work on that, to demo the existing building and work on the foundations. That's why it's not be completed until next January.
I was just curious.
Phase 2 is actually the classrooms, 8th, 7th, and 6th grade hallways, the hallways leading up to those wings. That'll be done August 12th.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any trustees? Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Good job.
Welcome.
HB 3, Board Adopted Plans.
Go ahead.
I can go ahead and I can do the presentation while they restart it. But really, just some background. House Bill 3 requires school boards to adopt detailed plans that achieve goals in early childhood literacy, early childhood math, and college, career, military readiness. There are some plan-specific requirements for these goal outcomes that we're going to be discussing this evening. Those specific requirements is that both early childhood and CCMR require boards to adopt goals that address student growth. And we're going to be talking about that here in a moment. As well as the student growth, we need to also address the closing the achievement gaps for the student groups within the state accountability. The closing the achievement gaps, as you recall, is domain 3. And those gaps or those targets are set at the meets or above level. So those scores are always at the meets level, not the approaches. Meets and then masters. So in addition to student growth, there are also some early childhood goals. And those early childhood goals require teachers to attend professional development. And we can also have specific goals as well for our English language learners and for our bilingual students. So let's talk about the targeted professional or development, the targeted professional development. That would be for our pre-K teachers, our kindergarten, our first grade, our second grade, and our third grade teachers, including the principals at our Bonham pre-K and our elementary. And they would attend what we refer to as the Science of Reading Academy, or our reading academies right now, really learning the science and the pedagogy on how to master and teach students how to read. And so that would be a requirement, and we would have through 2022 to full, or yeah, 2023, they changed it to 2023 to achieve that training for our pre-K, kindergarten, first through third grade teachers and our principals at those campuses. Now, oh good, thank you. So right here is the information for House Bill 3 and what it requires, right? And so we'll be setting goals that are for 5 years that pertain to early childhood literacy, early childhood math, and college, career, military readiness. And that's aligned to the Domain 1 indicators. We have like 12 different indicators in student achievement in Domain 1. Then right here are the plan-specific requirements where the targeted professional development it should say pre-K through 3 classroom teachers and principals, and then also developing specific goals as well for bilingual and ESL students. It will be based off of our 3rd grade STAR math and reading, and then also in the closing, the GAPS domain. So as we start moving into developing these goals, we'll work with our campus leaders once they're developed to implement the goals in the campus improvement plans. We'll also work with them on goal setting, because even though we'll be focusing on 3rd grade or CCMR, we also need to make certain that we have progress measures in place as a guide to ensure that each campus is meeting those specific goals so that we can achieve it at the district level, right? Because these board outcome goals are also aligned to the superintendent's evaluation. So we need to make sure that we have this systemic process starting, you know, in our primary grades prior to students taking the test in 3rd grade. So there is required training for the board, and that was the HB3 Evaluating and Improving Student Outcomes training. You participated in this training back in September in 2019. It was part of the Lone Star governance training. Remember, they broke us up in groups. Ms. Hanson, I was with you, and we had to come up with goals, and we were trying to figure out, this is where we are right now, this is where we want to be in 5 years, and coming up with these incremental processes. So we participated in that training, and your next training for that won't be until 2022, so we're good on that. But then here again, all pre-K through 3rd grade teachers and our early childhood and elementary principals will also participate in the Science of Reading Academy training. Now, right now, I think we roughly have 48 teachers that have been participating in that all year, and so Ms. Dre is working through these reading academies to set up the training for this upcoming year, and then in the summer, and then the following year as well. So we have some proposed performance goals. Again, it's a 5-year deadline in which we are going to be given to meet the federal targets, and we'll see that in a moment. So go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, this is a little difficult to read, I know, but this slide right here is the percentage of 3rd grade students STAR reading. If you look at that, it says the percent of 3rd grade students that score, again, at the meets grade level or above on STAR reading. We're saying that if you look at that target group right there at 2019, we were at 37%. By 2024, we want to be at 44%. 44% is the federal target for the all-student group. But if you look at each student group, if you notice at the bottom, each student group has a specific target. So if you look at our Hispanic student group, in 2019 we were at 32%. The federal target is 37%. TEA recommends that we develop attainable and quantifiable goals, and so we're moving up at about 2 percentage points each year to get to 37%. So that's how we've adjusted this. This is based off of our 2019 data at the meets level in Domain 3, okay? Now, of course, if we're at 32% right now, we want to make certain that we're closer to 37%. And if we surpass that, then that's great. But we also want to make sure, though, with everything going on in light of that, that we have something that's quantifiable and measurable and still attainable. What we put here on the bottom, closing the gap student groups as a 2020 alternate target because we did not have STAR this year. This is our MAP screener data And that's our beginning of year and middle of year. The middle of year test was taken right when we came back from the winter break. And so this is where we were in the middle part of January. All right, so this is the screener that we would use in addition to our CUA data to help us come up with those progress measures. And we will report how we are doing quarterly to the school board. We'll provide you with the report just like we did this year with some of our campuses. We'll give you that information November, then I want to say into February, and then May. So you can also see how we're progressing. And then whatever assessment we're given, you know, what the accountability system looks like, then you'd have that finalized report too before August. On the next slide, this is the percentage of third grade students in STAR Math. And so what we're saying here is that third grade students that score meets grade level or above on STAR Math will increase from 38%, you went up one too far right there, from 38% in that all student group in 2019. By June of 2024, we want to be at 46%. And you'll notice the federal target is 44%, right? And so again, for each student group, we're trying to be at or above those federal targets. And again, we included the MAP data here from our beginning of year and middle of year in January, okay? And then our CCMR board outcome goals. We're saying here that the percentage of graduates that meet the criteria for college career military readiness will increase from 47.8% to 57% by August of 2024. As you can see, if you're looking at our student groups in 2019, we were already above the federal targets. What we also need to note, though, in this closing the gap student groups, this is off of the lagging indicator. So even though it says 2019, this is really the graduating class of 2018. So this particular goal will always be 1 year behind. All right? And that is based off of the Domain 1 student achievement, those various indicators that are there, and then they take it and they break it up, and then they put it here in the closing the gaps domain. So these are the performance goals that we are recommending to be our guide for the next 5 years. We will present it to you quarterly, and then we will do the final report once a year. And then at those times, we can go back, and if needed, we can readjust the goals.
My first question is, how did they determine the federal targets?
The federal targets are determined out of the Every Student Succeeds Act. That comes from the Department of Education. Okay. It's most likely on some sort of methodology based on student performance.
Because they seem low to me.
Yeah.
Seem what? They seem what? Low.
They seem low to me.
Well, how is the 47 for the 2019 figure? Where did we get that?
So the 47% in 2019 came off of remember our accountability A through F ratings in Domain 3. So they go into Domain 1, student achievement. They have all of those indicators, right? Did the student take the TSI? Did the student graduate with an IEP and still meet a CTE requirement? Did a student earn, an industry-based certification? Did they take an AP class? Did they take a dual credit class? They have all of those parameters. Then based off of those parameters, they break it up into the student groups to determine what is the percentage of those student groups that met a CCMR indicator.
Anybody have questions?
Wow.
No? Let's move on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much. Consent item agenda. Start with the minutes for the regular scheduled board meeting on May 18th and special call meeting on June 1st.
I move that we approve.
Do I hear a second for approval of minutes?
I'll second.
Ms. Yapando seconds. All in favor? Any opposed? 7-0. Items for action. Consider approval of budget amendments.
Good evening, Board President Cantu, Trustees, and Superintendent Cardona. You have 5 budget amendments in front of you beginning on page 21. The first 4 are common budget amendments at the end of a budget year. The last one has been in the news frequently. Board President Cantu, how would you like me to address these, individually or?
Individually.
Okay. Amendment 25 is for our child nutrition. It registers the revenue for all commodities we've received this year. It is revenue neutral. Amendment 26 is for TRS Medicare on behalf. Again, that's a pass-through. It is revenue neutral. Amendment 27 is for the bond refunding that we just completed. Again, that's just documenting on the debt service budget that we did that action. There is no additional expenditures there. Amendment 28 is for functions to make sure through the end of the budget year, through the end of this month, we don't go over in any function. So we have to look at all the POs and move enough money to cover it in every single area. And then Amendment 29 is the one that we saw in the news this week. TEA has told school districts that they will be taking or removing our foundation revenue this year in the same amount that we're going to receive CARES funding from the federal government next year. And so we are reducing our revenue on our budget to reflect that, as we've been directed to do.
Questions? Call for a motion.
I will move that we accept the budget amendment.
I second.
Ms. Yapando moves and Ms. Hanson seconds. All in favor? 7-0. Budget amendments approved. Consider approval of request for refund of penalties and interest on a 2019 property tax payment citing section 33.011K of the Texas Property Tax Code.
San Marcos CISD received the request for a refund of penalties and interest on a 2019 property tax payment from the Hays County Tax Assessor Collector. This was the statement that was provided to the district for consideration. At some point during the 2019 tax year, Ms. Clapp, who we met earlier this evening, was no longer required to fund an escrow account through her mortgage company. However, the mortgage company had already reached out to the tax office to have her bill sent directly to them. They did not mail a copy of the bill to Ms. Clapp, as required by Section 31.01 of the Texas Property Tax Code. The taxes, penalty, and interest were paid on March 30, 2020, which is within the required 21 days from the date the taxpayer knew of the delinquency. The amount that Ms. Clapp is requesting refunded is $143.23, and you can see on the following page, page 26 of your board book, that's the actual request form. The request does meet one of the qualifying reasons that's provided for in the law. And just so the trustees know, the city and the county have both considered this request and approved it previous to this meeting.
You said they had to send her a copy as required. Who had to send her a copy?
Mortgage company.
The tax office or her mortgage company?
I believe it's the mortgage company sends the request to the tax office, but I might have that backwards.
I meant to her.
It should come from the mortgage company.
Well,
or it was going to the mortgage company. I got a little bit turned around in the story myself earlier.
I have an escrow, but I get a copy and they get a copy from the tax office. So I was just wondering, sounds like the tax office didn't quite do their job.
It was, it's being attributed to the mortgage company, and I want to represent it. I want to represent it the way it was told to me and the way it is on this paperwork. And that it does seem like there was a mix-up in between, and I think it all happened. There was a baby delivered and some issues where the family was away from home for a period of time also. So I think there were a lot of things happening at once.
Ms. Halsey?
I move that the board approve the request for refund of penalties and interest as requested.
Been moved by Ms. Halsey, seconded by Mr. Arredondo, that we approve the request for refund. All in favor? 6 opposed, 1. Mr. McLaughlin opposes. Consider approval and acceptance of House Bill 3 board rules. Yes.
I second.
Moved by Mr. Arredondo, seconded by Ms. Halsey, that we approve and accept the House Bill 3 board goals.
A brief comment, Ms.
Any
Cantu.
discussion?
Yeah, briefly. I was concerned, and I'll be voting against. I understand the process and the requirement, but I was concerned that we emerge at the end with a bigger gap between our Anglo and Hispanic kids in reading on grade level than we have entering the 5-year period. And I know that's not what everybody wants. Is that a function of statistics, or why does that happen?
I'm trying to understand the question.
So right now, if you go back to the first slide of reading, the early childhood reading,
Okay, I'm looking at it.
okay, so the gap between your Anglo students and Hispanic students is, it's not on the screen, so from memory.
It's 32% for Hispanic and 50% for white.
And then at the end of the period,
And then at the end of 2024, Hispanics is 37% and white is 60%. And those are the federal targets.
so it goes from a 18-point gap to a 23-point gap.
According to the federal targets given to us by Betsy DeVos and company, yes, it
Okay.
does. I don't know the methodology that they used. I could ask Ms. Hernsberger for that. She's not here this evening.
Okay, I was just explaining why I was voting against. That's all I have, Ms. Cantu.
That's all you have. Are we ready to vote? All in favor? 3. Mr. Arredondo's out of the room, so it's 5-1.
Correct. yes,
Mr. McLaughlin opposes. Mr. Arredondo, did you want to vote in favor? Okay, so it's 6-1.
Motion. I don't think you can do that.
You can't? Could I take the vote again, though? Okay, then we'll leave it.
I'm sorry.
5-1. We'll leave it 5-1 since he was out of the room at the time of the vote. So we won't cause any problems. Possible action regarding calendar options for the 2020-2021 school year.
I'll move to table the modification of a calendar option from 2021 school year.
Any discussion or questions?
When will we bring it back, do you think?
Well, I think Ms. Ruiz Mills was going to put together an option 3, so
At the agenda prep, would we be able?
I can email the options out to you and then we can discuss at the July 7th agenda prep.
Okay.
So are we voting? We have a motion by Mr. McLaughlin and a second by Mr. Arredondo. All in favor? 7-0. Consider approval of grade 4 and 7 notification waiver. Do I hear a second?
I'll second the motion.
Ms. Villapando seconds. Mr. Arredondo moves. Ms. Villapando seconds. Any questions or discussion?
Could we have an explanation?
Yeah.
Yes, this is a waiver from TEA that came out on June the 9th. Usually we use our STAR data to contact parents of fourth graders going into fifth grade and seventh graders going into eighth grade, at risk of them potentially not progressing on their STAR exam, or if they're at risk of not passing their classes and transitioning into middle school or into high school. Because we do not have that data, we are asking for a waiver, and it's determined that we will be using different types of means other than test results to have those conversations. Those will be based on our beginning of year screener and our common unit assessments, so we can have conversations within the first 4 weeks with any parent next year of a sitting fifth grader or eighth grader in this upcoming school year, just so we can develop a system of support for them.
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, thanks. I'm obviously in support of this. I just wanted to say that during the break, Mr. A shared with me that we have 600 elementary school students who are taking summer school, and I think that that's really great that that either through the teachers reaching out to them or parents deciding that their student needed that extra support, that we're able to do it, and that we've had that response.
Yes.
And you're doing
I would like to see us doing that all of the time rather than doing the STAR test. But
And you're doing that online. Thank you. All in favor? 7-0. Consider nomination for TASB board position, Region 13. Oh, no,
Did you
I'm
miss
sorry.
one?
Consider approval of reading diagnostic waiver.
Yes, you want me to give you some information on this? This is another waiver that came out of TEA, and because of the disruption to the 2019-2020 school year and possible disruptions to the upcoming school year, that we want to request a waiver to continue using our screening instruments, which again is the NWEA map screener, and then we use the BAS screener, which is from Fontes and Pinnell, and we would like to continue using those screeners in the upcoming school year, and so we have to put in a waiver for that as well.
Questions or discussion?
I move that we approve.
Okay. Ms. Hanson moves. Do I hear a second? Mr. Arredondo seconds. Any further questions? All in favor? 2, 3. Did you vote, Ms. Costilla?
Oh, I'm sorry.
7-0. Discussion and potential board action on a board statement regarding racial violence.
9G.
we're skipping that.
Are we skipping
Did I
G?
skip? Oh, I'm sorry. Jeez, I keep checking them off beforehand. You're ahead. I'm way ahead. Consider nomination for TASB board position. Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Trustee Marcy Diamondo as our nominee for the TASB board position for 2013.
I will second.
Mr. Redondo moves and Ms. Halsey seconds that Ms. Villalpando be our nominee.
So just as
Do you accept?
I'll accept. I'm honored that to be nominated. I'll do the best that I can.
Okay.
just as I guess point of clarification, I know that we had defunded ISD trustee travel allotment in previous budget cycles. So if Mrs. Diamando gets elected in this role, obviously the board would have a subsequent budget amendment to fund that.
To provide her
funds. Resources needed to fulfill the obligation.
Can I say something?
Yes, Ms. Villalpando.
There is some travel to several of the meetings and TASB conferences, and so that's covered by TASB. The interview is not, and so I'm willing to go on my own. It's in Austin, I think.
It's in Austin. Okay. We're glad you accepted the nomination. Are we ready to vote? All in favor? 7-0. Now we're at H, discussion and potential board action on a board statement regarding racial violence. Who is?
This is requested by Mr. Arredondo and Ms. Halsey to be on the agenda without specific wording, so I'm not saying they own my wording. I was trying to be as broad as possible, but they had requested this be on the agenda.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. I had sent a statement to the then board president for review, and it was CC'd to Superintendent Cardona as well. I don't have it available to me right now, but given time, I can pull it up.
I can forward. I can try and forward.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. So obviously, I, want to take this opportunity to thank Superintendent Cardona for his candid response in light of current events occurring across the state and the nation. And I thank similarly the Board of Trustees as a legislative body and representative of our community should also have a statement not only indicating our beliefs in regards to this issue, but also in support of the administration
Clem,
and
yeah,
what
let's
Mr.
turn on his
Superintendent
microphone.
alluded to his vision
Is your mic on? Is your mic on?
Your mic's not on?
Sorry. Well, without going all the way back to what I was saying, I think it's the responsibility of the Board of Trustees to come out also with a similar statement, similar to Mr. Cardona's, and to also to reaffirm our support for the programs and initiatives that he outlined in his statement. If you didn't hear me earlier, Mr. Cardona said he would be more than happy to forward the draft statement to the trustees to review if you have a technological device and access to your email in front of you. So I don't know how the board wants to take this up. I'm comfortable making a motion to approve. I welcome input, insight, edits, but I'm ready to vote on it tonight. I was not aware that it was not in the board book. That's my mistake, I guess.
You didn't hear what he said?
No, what Kathy said.
Oh, Ms. Hanson said she hasn't seen the statement. So it's kind of hard to vote if we
Yeah,
haven't gotten to everyone.
Why didn't we get this ahead of time?
We would need to distribute it.
Possibly we could distribute the statement and then do our executive committee and then come back to this action item?
Can we do it
We can
at the agenda prep? I mean,
I'll make a motion that we delay this item until after item 10B.
Okay.
So we're just delaying this for this current meeting, not.
Do I hear a second? That we delay it until after we come back from executive session, so everybody has time to read it?
Yes.
I second that.
Okay, motion by Mr. Arredondo and second by Ms. Halsey, that we delay the action on this item until after executive session. That way it can be distributed and everyone has a chance to look at it ahead of time before we're required to vote on it.
Mr. Fernandez.
All in favor of?
Oh, yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed?
No,
1.
I'm just saying I was voting with everybody else.
Yeah, I counted you with the 6, and Ms. Hanson, you voted against. Okay. I, discussion of potential action to authorize an equity audit and/or the hiring of a chief equity officer. Who's going to speak on that?
That's a board item. There was some discussion in and around the time of Superintendent Cardona's statement that there were 2 tangible things the board could do with regard to equity, the first being an audit and the second being the potential hire of a director position. Regarding the topic, I conversed with, so I ended up put this on the agenda because I wanted to get everybody's feedback regarding which way the board would want to go. I had discussions with Superintendent Cardona regarding an audit as maybe a first step, something he wasn't sure, and maybe he'll be able to speak on the difference between this, that something we could cover internally or something we could hire to be done by an outside group. And so in order to have this discussion and see if the board wanted to take any action, and if so, what it was, that's the background on why this agenda topic is on the agenda, and because all of this happened since agenda prep, so it's new to all of the trustees. But Mr. Cardona, could you speak specifically as to the audit the options with regarding, first of all, what it would accomplish, and then the options regarding whether that would be handled internally or externally?
I think in order to do it like the most effectively, be an outside person. And so I reached out to a professor from the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, who I know works a lot with school boards around the country around equity, and he was a former principal. And he has a company who does equity audits. So they'll look at your special education placements, GT placements, your curriculum, your programs, human resources practices, kind of the whole gamut. It just gives you an outside recommendation on where you're at, a baseline of where you want to, maybe where you want to go, and perhaps maybe some places where we're really doing well in that we don't know. But they do analyze everything. We have a conference call tomorrow, no, what's today, Monday? Wednesday at 10 a.m. Central Time. North Carolina's obviously the East Coast. But that was something that prior to this, we had done some training, but when Mr. McLaughlin brought it up, I'm like, we can reach out and do that. I mean, it's something very tangible to do, and it'll make us uncomfortable, but it's something we need to do anyway.
So within that audit, I'm in favor of having a third-party external audit. I think that's a great idea, but within that, would information be solicited from teachers and from parents?
Knowing this person, I would venture to guess yes. He likes to get a lot of feedback from, and probably even students, like student voice as part of that. So, they will design it however we say, however we work an arrangement out with them, but knowing him being a former principal who's African American, and yes.
I'm just saying I would like to see both an audit of the curriculums,
Correct.
And so sort of the hardscape, right? But also a qualitative.
Sure. He'll do it. Yeah.
So it was and it was at least my individual, after visiting with Michael and thinking through this, I thought it better to first have the external audit identify issues, and then as a board decide what solutions would be, rather than hiring the position before we know the problem. So with that in mind, I would move that we authorize the superintendent to hire third-party company to conduct a equity audit of all school district functions involving parents, teachers, community members.
Second. Moved by Mr. McLaughlin that we approve the hiring of a consultant to do this equity audit, seconded by Mr. Arredondo. Any further questions or discussions? All in favor, raise your hand. 7, none opposed, 0. We're now ready to go into closed session as authorized by Section 551.07 of the Texas Government Code. Discussion of safety and security audit, discussion regarding potential personnel appointments, discussion regarding superintendent's evaluation. So we'll be gone a while.
Is there a way we could excuse the folks out and stay here, and rather that room's kind of small? I don't know how we're gonna.
That's what I just shut everything down.
Huh?
We did space out some chairs.
Oh, well, if you think
Did you
it's
space
good,
out chairs already?
Yeah, I didn't measure it, but it is.
Okay.
Just
consider approval of personnel appointments. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the personnel appointments as presented by administration to the board.
Second.
Moved by Halsey, second by Arredondo, and all in favor?
Can I read them out? So
sure.
At least people will know.
Sure.
We're approving the Director of Energy Management and Sustainability, Mr. Richard Duvall, Director of Pupil Personnel and there's not a comma, and Student Support Services, Ms. Rose Pearson, and Director of Instruction and Campus Support, Ms. Amber Owens.
All in favor? 6. Opposed? 1. Consider approval of superintendent's evaluation.
I move that we approve.
I'll second.
Been moved by Ms. Hanson and seconded by Mr. Arredondo that we approve the superintendent's evaluation. All in favor? 7. Opposed? 0.
But we'll do it.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
No,
Oh, you're going to read, I'm sorry, we still have the one we were going to come back to, where is it?
The statement.
The statement, discussion and potential board action on board statement regarding racial violence.
I move that we approve the board statement regarding racial violence as drafted.
I'll second.
Moved by Ms. Halsey, seconded by Mr. Arredondo, that we approve the statement on racial violence. Any
I want to offer an amendment.
comments, Tom?
So I appreciate Mr. Arredondo putting this statement together, and it's probably 180 words, and I don't have any issue with 175 of them. But I would move that we amend the statement to remove the words integrating anti-racist studies curricula across academic programs, because with that statement, with that phrase, I can't support the statement, while otherwise I support the entirety of it. I don't think our kids are the problem. I think we have a very diverse student body. We have very, I don't think I've ever heard of any racial incident among our children. And so to be, white-splained about racism from their teachers just rings hollow to me. The kids aren't the problem. So I don't know what that curricula would be. I don't think parents know what it would be. So it just seems like opening a door without much information. So that's my amendment, is to remove those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words.
Read them out again, please.
Integrating anti-racist studies curricula across academic programs.
So as we discuss this, and obviously I would like this to pass unanimously, so I'm willing to have this conversation and, get to a place that would be supported by the full board. It's my understanding, at least based on a single individual that reached out, was that there are programs and systems in place that teach individuals, faculty, staff, students, teachers, etc., how to be culturally responsive and how they might not be intentionally racist or problematic or, throwing out, innuendo or whatever that looks like. There is a way to facilitate those conversations with students. So as we talk about this, I don't know if it's removing across curriculum and, deferring to the superintendent to look at what that might be and where it would be deemed appropriate that our students and faculty and staff have those conversations. I just know that there's some interest from at least myself, and I don't want to speak for Trustee Halsey, but it's incorporating that in some way, shape, form, or fashion. But I do acknowledge and see the concern of where it's a sweeping, like in PE and history and math and English and just like everywhere, and where it might not be the most fruitful or appropriate. So as we have this conversation, I just wanted to kind of share where I was, but my willingness to have this conversation and compromise and discuss.
Okay, well, I think...
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, I just want to respond to that by saying that I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it doesn't apply to every subject, every moment of the day. don't want to encourage anybody to actively be racist in any way. Like, we wouldn't want a math curriculum that was inequitable, right? And that's part of the reason of having the equity audit.
Right.
That we undertake that to ensure that we aren't unintentionally teaching or tacitly advocating for something that is inherently biased, racist, discriminatory in some way, shape, or form. So I think this is a point of action that we say that we are going to be very intentional. We don't dictate the terms of it. We allow the audit to inform the action. We allow our teachers and our educators and our leadership to develop what that looks like, but that we are saying that we are actively going to be anti-racist, but we are not going to tacitly or passively accept any discriminatory, intentional or unintentional.
Sure, I appreciate that. But this particular phrase is talking about delivering curriculum to students. The stuff about sustained professional learning experience for teachers, counselors, staff members, I don't have any issue with that. That speaks to social justice, cultural competence, instrumental, equitable access to education. I don't have any issue with that. But I expect that once we make this statement that we mean it, and the community will hold us accountable to our own words. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to commit that we're going to integrate anti-racist studies curriculum across academic programs when that sounds broader than I think is wise. I actually don't want some of our teachers talking to my children about designing curriculum to deal with this, because my kids are all right, but I don't know where they are. I don't know where all of our educators are. We haven't gone through the part of doing this professional training for teachers and counselors and staff members and administration, but we're going to immediately commit to the community that we're going to install a curriculum, an anti-racist curriculum across all academic programs. So that statement alone, I don't want to focus on this thing that nobody else can see but us, is like 180 words and we're arguing over 7, which is just very typical. But so I'm willing to pare back, I guess, my concern and offer a new amendment to see if it garners any support. I would move to amend to just remove the words curricula across academic programs. Those 4 words, leaving integrating anti-racist studies, which I don't have an issue with. That's similar to what we've done in anti-bullying and general awareness. I think that's always good. Say no to racism and all of, things that we can do. But to say curricula across academic programs implies that, to me, across our academic programs, we're going to have a defined anti-racist curriculum. I don't know what that is. I don't know who's administering it. And I opt out for my kids. And I think parents should first know what we're doing before, with a little more definition than that. So, as I said, Mr. Arredondo has a 200-word statement. I'm moving to remove 4 words. Of course, I would need a second for my amendment before we could vote it.
I would like to see us ultimately have an anti-racist curricula adopted throughout the district. And I'm not sure how exactly that would work and how it would be implemented and which areas of study it would be incorporated into explicitly versus implicitly, but
could it say like moving the sentences around, like consider integrating?
I'm fine with the amendment. I'm fine with integrating anti-racist studies if we're going to at least make that conscious commitment.
Okay.
And then if the equity audit reveals something else,
we always can do more, right? And if there is some sort of broad thing, let's hear about it. I'm not close to it. I'm just not going to pre-commit without seeing it. So
I understand.
So
I guess,
was there a second for his amendment?
Well, if it's friendly, then
it's a
it
friendly
can
amendment.
just,
they have to accept.
So Ann and I say it's okay. So yes.
All right.
So we're ready for the vote?
No.
Well, there might be other discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Hanson.
I'm really frustrated about this statement. Not the statement itself, but the timeline. It was developed on June 4th, and 3 board members were made aware of it. And then 12 days later at the board meeting, we get the statement, and I have to go through it during the board meeting, and really, I need time to think about it. This, should have been sent to all board members ahead of time, including our packet, so that I could read over it carefully and offer any suggestions I might have. So I can't vote for it because of that reason. It has nothing to do with the content. It has to do with, surprise, here's this. you know,
Yeah,
for
so
something as important as this.
Yeah, so I can address that because I was still president when that came together. So I saw it as a proposal. I put it on the agenda. I did not talk to Michael about putting the statement in the agenda packet, and the standard practice is I don't preview the packet. You know, I see the packet when y'all see the packet. I work on the agenda. So I think that was probably the communication between me and the superintendent regard to including it. I can't just send it to all of you because I think since we're voting it, I would have violated the Open Meetings Act.
Oh, no.
So I was trying to be careful, and I didn't talk
But
to anybody
Mr.
but
Cardona
those
could
with
have
whom
sent
it
it to all of
originated.
us.
Yeah, so.
And, you know, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying.
I just didn't. I apologize.
Anything as important as this, if I get it right there, I'm not going to vote for it because I need time to study it and really think about it.
Anyone else have comments? Question? The rest of us are ready to vote?
I agree with Kathy. It's hard to kind of take it all in, and I agree with what you're trying to say. Absolutely. We need to make a statement. I wish it would have worked out. I like what John had to say. His comments I take very seriously about the putting it in across academic programs. I'm having a hard time. I just need more time.
Is there something that specifically worries you from your read of it, or?
Just time to really read it and study it. Not, okay, what board meeting's going on, here's this, you know, and read all this and make a decision about it, yay or nay.
So.
I mean, if you gave me, if you gave me
take
something.
a 10-minute break?
Anything else? No, I mean.
So if it took a vote and it passed by a majority, would you have a problem with it coming from the board?
Yes, because.
You didn't vote for it.
I wasn't given time to really digest it and be able to offer suggestions.
I'm willing to take a 15-minute break and.
No, I'm willing, take it home, read it ahead of time.
Well, I think
just like
the other timing concern might be broader, like from the community. We have, you know, massive protest across the nation. We have people paying attention to where organizations and elected bodies come down on this, the issue of the day. So for me, timeliness matters, and I don't want the process of agenda packets pushing this to July and not acting. So I would be open to any sort of recess. I mean, every restaurant I would eat at is closed. So if that would be enough time, Ms. Hanson?
No.
So no matter the amount of time.
Okay. Over night or something like that, but I'm not gonna, you know, I don't think we're gonna recess for that.
Well, I mean, it's like a 5-minute
Yeah,
read.
well, pushing it off
really understand.
is not a good idea either. I mean, we wouldn't get back till agenda prep.
Right.
I think this is a statement that the whole board should have
beyond the
developed, not one or two people.
I think that's what we're here to do, is to develop it. Like, if you have questions or comments or concerns or suggestions or alterations, I think, you know, we're super open to that suggestion. We just wanted to be able to have that conversation in public, so.
And again,
Ms.
to, I
Castilla
guess,
was gonna
explain, well, just to explain, since I helped draft this, was, talking with John, was because it was going to be voted on, because it was referencing policy changes that could happen because of board action, doing this like on a Google Doc, off the dais, behind the scenes with all 7 of us would essentially be, well, not essentially, it would be in direct violation of TOMA because it'd be something that would come to the entire board for a vote. So we would be deliberating, sending edits and modifications back and forth. And so I apologize if some of my colleagues felt out of the loop about this, but, you know, speaking with John at the time, at least my interpretation was, is no one wanted to run afoul of TOMA. No one wanted to seem like we were deliberating before the meeting, and this was the easiest way to go about this. And even, you know, I mentioned to John that it might look like we're making the sausage up here at the board meeting because we're going to wordsmith it, but that's the only way to being compliant with the Open Meetings Act. And so if it wanted to come from all of us, this was the way to do it. I know some of us myself included, are willing to write my own thing and just go with it, but I wanted everyone to have the opportunity to sign on to this letter, and there was no way to get this to everyone and your input without essentially a rolling quorum of dialogue and conversation.
Ms. Costilla, you wanted to speak?
Well, I was just going to inquire from, the authors here is that, there's a reference made to the result of color of their skin or people of color. So are we just addressing a black population, or are we also addressing the injustices that have been made against Hispanics as well? Because, there was the individual that was killed in Austin was Hispanic, Ramos, I believe. That was not called for also. So I'm just asking because it seems like it's just focusing on black, and I'm not saying that it shouldn't, but if we're going to be talking about color of their skin, it is based on the color of our skin as well for the ones that have been unjustly.
So I
think it would be helpful if Mr. Arredondo read the statement. Okay. I think that there might be people who are very confused as to what's happening here.
So the draft language in front of us, and John, when I get to the section that we just amended, please help me. As a school board, we write you today in the midst of national strife as we all feel outrage and grief over the senseless loss of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor, the most recent names in a long line of black men and women killed as a result of the color of their skin. As elected representatives for our community, it is our responsibility to acknowledge that in our country, across our state, and in all cities, we have a crisis of institutionalized and systemic racism that is a direct result of centuries of race-based inequity and injustice. San Marcos and our public schools are no exception. It plays out across all aspects of life for people of color, regardless of income or socioeconomic background. This is why so many of our friends, neighbors, and citizens across our country have taken to the streets, protesting not only the death of George Floyd, but also police killings of many other unarmed black people over time. In the face of continued abhorrent acts of racial violence across our country, we vow to redouble our efforts to ensure racial justice is at the center of everything that we do. We remain committed to eliminating racist discipline policies and practices in our schools and across our district, addressing the misdiagnosis of children for special education, providing students equitable access to gifted programs, advanced placement courses, and other academically rigorous experiences. What is the language here?
It still says integrating.
Okay, integrating anti-racist studies. Hiring, supporting, and advancing the careers of more ethnically diverse employees, and providing multidimensional, sustained professional learning experiences for teachers, counselors, staff members, and administrators that speaks to social justice, cultural competence, and instructional practices that ensure an equitable access to education for all of our students. Our schools must be safe havens where all children are heard, respected, and nurtured, can achieve and grow, and are guaranteed equity and justice. May our community and our nation choose this difficult moment to listen, to learn, and to love. And that's the language of the statement as amended.
You ready to call for the vote? Ready to go? All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? 1.
Madam President, I motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Arredondo, seconded by Mr. McLaughlin to adjourn the meeting at 10:32. 10:32. Yes.
We're voting on that, right?